Greetings, family. Hello, welcome. My apologies for being tardy today. This is Dr. Kia Pruitt. It is Thursday. What is it? August the 10th, 2023, and the time is 6:21. I'm a little bit frazzled today because I've been talking about what happened in Alabama. I tried so hard to stay away from the subject, but it seemed like every time I turned on social media, whether it was Twitter or Facebook, or even if I just tried to Google something, the first thing that would pop up is the Alabama, you know what, that incident that occurred in Alabama. So I said, I'm not going to speak on it. I'm not going to talk about it. Hello. Because it really disturbed me the way mainstream media and the powers that be or people that are in power keep doing things to play on the emotions of people classified as Black. And particularly they do this every time there's an election cycle and people are on the election circuit, or every time something very monumental is about to occur in history that can affect all of us, everybody on the planet. And specifically, let me address, it could affect people classified as Black, or the Aboriginal people on the planet, or the Aboriginal people of America, the so-called Moors, us indigenous people, the Blacks, the Negroes, the colored. It's like anything that could affect us for the positive, they will throw a wrench in our reality to cause us to become emotionally charged, to cause racial division, to cause us to think we're uniting, right? But while we think we're uniting, we think the ancestors are helping us. In actuality, I can see some of us having a mentality of division as it relates to our Caucasian brothers and sisters, or our Asian brothers and sisters, or our Muslim or Islamic brothers and sisters. And instead of focusing on us being one people, or just being one as a human race, they love to do things to incite violence. They love to put things out in the atmosphere to cause us to become emotionally charged. So I'm a little emotional today, and I wasn't this whole time until I said I'm going to speak out about it, because I'm so tired of the people in power playing on our emotions, playing us for fools. And what they're doing is they're using the things that we've gone through in history to kind of set us backwards instead of pushing us forward. Now, I'm going to tell you that there are great things going on. And I'm just going to go over some really impressive intel right quick. Stay with me, please, because we're going to talk about what happened in Alabama. But I just want to tell you that there are wonderful things going on in our society that they don't want you to know about. And I'll just go over it briefly. I will show you videos about it, but we're going to break down what happened in the South. But I'm not going to show you videos with my intel, because maybe that's a little too much, because I want to get right to what's going on with the South. But when I was trying to speak on this topic, I've been on my social media saying that, you have to beware of false flags. You have to beware of them playing on our emotions. Most of my supporters or, Facebook followers were like, yeah, we can see that, or thank you for speaking your opinion. But then I had a few people that wanted to send me curses, wanted to cuss me out, and I was like, wow, people are really mentally and emotionally disturbed, right? They think that I'm an Uncle Tom, not knowing that Uncle Tom really was a benevolent, good character that actually worked to help people classified as Black, or sending curses to me and let me know they're witches and I better stop, talking about unity, and cussing me out. And I was like, oh, God, this is disturbing. So then I tried to go live, and Facebook kept deleting my podcast. They kept deleting the live stream when I just tried to set up the live stream on my software. Kept deleting it. So my son said, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. People need to know that Facebook and social media, they do not want you to talk about this topic about what happened in Alabama. Now, this is just Dr. Kia Pruitt. The ideas that I have, the philosophy that I have is these are my ideas and my thoughts alone. Any company for which I work, This is not their thoughts or their ideas. This is Dr. Kia Pruitt. And if you know me, you know I am a very bold woman. I could not care less if you say I'm not Black. I don't care if you have a different opinion. I could not care less if there's a problem that I'm a conservative. I speak emphatically about who I am and what I espouse. I don't like the fact that people were laughing about the brawl. You know, some things were funny. I get it. People made skits about it. But when I saw preachers and pastors and leaders talking about how we need to laugh about this situation, and I was like, okay, you know, maybe some things were funny or entertaining, rather than how we can build and how we can stop violence in our community. Rather than how we can stop gang violence and drug use, and how we need to come together as a community to restore families and restore mental health. You know, I've been waiting for the leaders to talk about these things, but no, they'll jump and talk about things that are racially motivated. So I'm off my high horse right now. I'm just a little frustrated. Please forgive me. I do not support racial division. I do not support anything that will cause us to be so angry with one another that we don't build and love. What I support is love, unity, purpose, wealth building, families, having a good moral code, and things like that. So let me take a step back. There are some wonderful things going on in the world that they're trying to get our attention off of. Hello, my darling. And let me show you, I am going to show you this one video. Somebody's trying to call me. I'll get it in a minute. I want to show you something that's going on from a geopolitical standpoint that they're trying to keep us away from. They do not want you to see this. They do not want you to know about what's going on with Joe Biden and how he's being thoroughly investigated. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that we're being returned to the gold standard. Okay. So let me just bring up this quick video. If I can find it, I don't remember where, oh my gosh. I don't remember where I saw this video. Oh, it was on Twitter. 1 second. You know what? I think I lost it. I'm really distraught. Okay. Maybe I'm not supposed to show it, but what I wanted to show you is what's going on actually in the world, the good stuff that's going on. I wanted to show you how Joe Biden is under investigation and how there was actually somebody from the Republican Party stating that Donald Trump is about to come out and he's about to work as the Speaker of the House. He will likely come back as a speaker for the Speaker of the House, and then he will likely remove the president and the vice president, and that this woman's emphatically stated that he will come back before 2024. So I'll show that video, but before that, yes, a lot is still happening. Before I show you that video, nope, I found it. Yes, I'm so excited. So this is the video I wanted to show you about what's going on behind the scenes that they don't want you to know. 1 second. And today I'm going to introduce you to somebody that's very important to me. Okay. His name is Douglas Lattimore. And anybody that knows my family, you know who he is to me. So let me just show you this right quick. I don't want to bore your patience. We're going to get into the brawl, but I'm going to show you what's going on behind the scenes in the world that most people are not talking about. Here we go.
What you think about this? Share with others.
Do we think this is actually happening? Is he serious about going forward in 24?
I think everyone wants to know that, but actually, let me tell you what Trump has been doing, because it could be earlier than 2024 and not because the election will be overturned. Trump has been endorsing candidates in each of the different states. We're kind of fed up with the rhinos, which are Republicans in name only. And the other thing is that what people don't understand is that the U.S. is a republic. And in that, you have to think of it like we're 50 different countries. And so he wants to really support state legislatures and secretaries of state so that a lot of the problems that happened in 2020 can get cleared up. But this is the talk that has been going on for 6 or 7 months, and that is right now, 29 Democrats in the House have said they're not running again. The prediction is we're going to take the House and the Senate. They're talking about Trump being the Speaker of the Senate, and then he will be able to impeach Biden and Harris, and he will be able to take over because he'll be third in line to do that. And this is a lot of the conservative commentators have been talking about this with a lot of detail. Dan Scavino, who handles his social media, keeps sending hints out to us. We get messages in circuitous ways, but don't jump to 2024. I really think what we have to watch is what's going on in the States.
Forgive me, Jan, for jumping in, but I can't help but reflect, because we're talking so much about Russia at the moment. If this was some sort of strategy that Vladimir Putin had used in the past to try and retain or regain a position, we'd be calling it totally corrupt, wouldn't we?
Well, see, you're jumping ahead and not looking at it from the perspective of the U.S. The fact is that people want to recruit him to be the speaker. I'm not saying that that is Trump's plan, but the conservative people have been talking about that because the Speaker of the House does not have to be an elected official. All I'm saying is watch what's happening in the States. Watch the people that Trump is endorsing. Watch after the midterms what happens, because if we take the House, then things are going to turn upside down amongst our whole political situation.
Wow. So that was on a British news channel. And I don't think that was covered here in America. So this is something that's going on right now that people don't know about. And what I heard her say is that, first of all, she said that you have 50 countries, 50 different countries in America. What she basically is letting you know is that the republic has been restored, because according to our official government or our lawful government, the republic, the so-called 50 states are actually 50 countries, and they operate as sovereign countries and sovereign entities. This is why all the power is being returned back to the states. This is why they're getting rid of the United States Incorporated. They're getting rid of the United States Department of Education. They're getting rid of all these fake federal entities like the IRS and the the Federal Reserve System, because the states are countries. So she said we have 50 different countries. She said 29 people have already decided that they're not running again. I can't remember if she said for the Senate or the House. She said Trump would become the speaker, and when he becomes the speaker, he will then be able to impeach, Biden and Harris, and that he will be put back in office before 2024. She also said that the speaker does not have to be an elected official. So pay attention to what's going on during the midterms, but I say pay attention to what's really going on in the world. You know, they want to incite a racial war or get everybody emotionally charged so they can keep your minds off of what's really going on. President Trump never conceded. Thank you so much, Sister Tanya. He will come back, and he's still the lawful president, as a matter of fact. Who was this woman speaking? Dr. Jan Harper Hayes is a political psychologist and CEO for the former global VP Republicans Overseas and a Republican commentator for BBS World. So she is somebody to pay attention to. As a matter of fact, I think I need to follow her because she gave that information that only the Moors know about. As far as I know, I've heard many people classified as the Moors and the Moorish government, which is a part of the real lawful government here in America, speak about our 50 states here being actually 50 countries. What else is really going on in the world? I'm going to get to the broad. Give me 5 minutes, please, family. What else is really going on in the world that nobody's speaking about is that Marjorie Taylor Greene actually brought articles of impeachment against President Joe Biden. And she's moving forward with that. She announced that not long ago. So pay attention to this. I'm just laying the foundation to let you see that there are some real things going on in the world. And this is why they want to divert our attention. Here we go. So I think that's it. I just wanted to show you that Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a representative, from Georgia or of Georgia, has decided to bring articles of impeachment against Joe Biden, President Joe Biden. And that's not something that has actually made mainstream news. So let me get out of here. I think that, I don't know why I have that up there. That hasn't made mainstream news. And it's not something that the masses know about. It's not something that a lot of people, regular people, everyday people know about, because people are taking, using their energy to eat and trying to make a way for themselves. They're working, they're taking care of their families. So they don't have the intel that we have. So when they see something on mainstream media, like a brawl between, different races, then, it's entertainment and it gets them emotionally charged. But my job here today is to say, family, let's try to keep our emotions in check and pay attention to what really matters. So not only is Joe Biden about to be impeached, but you have the Brunson brothers that have brought about cases against President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and 385 members of Congress. The Brunson brothers are trumpet players. That's no coincidence. They played the trumpet in the 80s and the 90s. And these gentlemen have come together to actually bring a case against these elected officials because they have not had our best interests at heart. They didn't even swear an allegiance to the Constitution. They have allowed illegals to cross the border. They have allowed for our elections to be rigged. And so the Brunson brothers, who brought the case up to the Supreme Court, decided that even though the Supreme Court refused to hear the case, they were going to keep pushing forward with their case. So let me show you briefly what you should be looking for here. Hold on. You're welcome. Somebody said, thank you for showing us the real news. Let me see if I can find the Brunson brothers. We're going to get to the broad. Just please be patient with me. I need to lay out this case for things really happening behind the scenes. You can look this up at supremecourt.gov. This was the first case that the Brunson brothers actually brought against President Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, who else? Nancy Pelosi, and 385 members of Congress. There are so many people that have no idea that this is going on. I've even shown this to my friends who actually work in law, lawyers, judges, they had no idea that this was going on. In fact, their first inclination was to laugh at me and make fun of me because I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I'm used to being made fun of. I was made fun of in 2014 when I said we're going to be using gold at some point, even though I was living in Africa and Ghana on the gold mines, and I saw Europeans mining there. I saw China mining there. I saw the Lebanese mining there. I saw so many people mining there that I said something is happening with Africa. They're using the gold, they're mining the gold, and they're going to use it for something monumental. They made fun of me then. They made fun of me when I said President Donald Trump was selected by the military to lead our people out of slavery. And what I meant by our people was not just the people classified as Black, but people all over the planet. They made fun of me. People laughed at me. They chided me. They canceled me. They said they didn't want to have anything to do with me, but that's okay, because I'm still going to tell the truth. This is a case that was brought up against Joe Biden. And basically it says that he was a security breach and that he did not have our best interests at heart. If it is found that he indeed is a security breach and he and the elected officials indeed did not pledge an allegiance to the Constitution, if it is indeed proven that they have rigged the elections, then Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, and 385 members of Congress will have all of their credentials stripped, and they will no longer be allowed to serve. As a matter of fact, they will have to face the penalty of treason, and the penalty of treason is deletion. So that was the first case. The second case, I'm just laying the foundation for you. Let me show you what the second case is. The Brunson brothers. Because that case wasn't heard, so they just moved forward with another case. And you can look this up at supremecourt.gov. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, that's docket number or case number. I don't know if that's case number 22-1028. Let me show you that right quick. Just so you can see, I'm not making this up. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. Here we go, right here. This is the docket. Lloyd Allen Brunson, petitioner, versus Alma Adams. That's one of the people that are in the case of the 385 members of Congress. So this case moved forward. No, it was supposed to move forward through the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court did not hear it. So then they had a conference in which they were supposed to hear it. I think it was in June. And we don't know if they actually heard it or met as it regards to this case or not, because mainstream media won't cover it. And mind you, I have interviewed Lloyd Brunson, the one who actually is on this, filed this case, this docket against these people that I told you about, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and Nancy Pelosi, and 385 members of Congress. I personally met Lloyd Brunson and interviewed him twice. So I could ask him if the case moved forward, but I don't want to do that because he probably is not allowed to speak publicly about whether or not Joe Biden was found guilty of being a security breach and found guilty of actually putting our freedoms in jeopardy. So I'm assuming that something is going to be decided very soon as it regards to that case. And of course, they're not covering this in mainstream media. They would rather focus on the brawl. They would rather focus on racial division. Yes, Joe Biden is on the, yes, actually, yes. So they would rather focus on that, but I'm asking you, family, to please pay attention to what's being said and by independent journalists, and do your own research rather than jumping on the bandwagon, so to speak. So I brought that up. And then one thing I want to show you and I'll let this be the last thing, because most of the people that's tuning in today had no idea, you had no idea that this actually has gone on, because a lot of people on my Facebook page may not keep up with me. I'm trying to find the Department of Defense. I'll find that later. I can't find it. So there was there was something that was released by the Department of Defense that is called the Presidential Transition of Powers Act. This document was actually published February like the 23rd, made public in February. And in this document, it actually talks about how they're preparing for a transition of presidential power. Why would they be doing that if they weren't preparing to bring back President Donald Trump? They don't want us to know that this is happening. They don't want us to know that our republic is being restored, that we have a commander in chief. They don't want you to know that we're moving to the gold standard, and that BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa will be making an announcement on August the 22nd. That's very monumental. Basically, what it is, and Vladimir Putin made this announcement just the other day, that on August the 22nd at the BRICS conference, they will be announcing their gold-backed currency. That means it is a soft disclosure for BRICS going to the gold standard. Now, if you've been following me for any amount of time, or you look at my video from yesterday, I told you that 85% of the global population has joined BRICS, the BRICS Union, the BRICS Alliance. 85% of the world population have decided to drop the United States dollar, the fiat-based debt system, and use gold for trade. And on August the 22nd, when they make that announcement that they have a gold-backed currency, that is the gold standard announcement that we've been waiting for, because that's the rest of the world outside of America, Mexico, and Canada. Okay. And if you paid attention to the video that Brother Rod Steele and I did yesterday, you will have heard him say America is about to make an announcement that we have returned to the gold standard as well. As a matter of fact, he said America is trying to beat Russia and the BRICS Union to the punch. They're trying to hurry up and let everybody know that we too are moving to the gold standard. But you see, they don't want you to know that we're moving to a gold standard, that we'll no longer be debt slaves. They don't want you to know that the elections were rigged. They don't want you to know that the people who were really behind the republic that's going to be restored are the so-called Black people, who are the Aboriginal people of America, also called Moors or indigenous people. They don't want you to know that it's a lie that we came from slave ships. They don't want you to know that, in fact, we don't have an ought against Caucasian or European people that came over here. I'm talking about the original government. They don't want you to know about what is actually going on behind the scenes, because if you really knew that, you would come together as a whole race, as a human race, as one group of people with one voice, with one mission to take down the deep state fake government that has divided and conquered us for too many years. Now, having said that, family, I'm off my soapbox. I am going to introduce to you my special guest, and I hope he is. Greetings. That's my oldest sister. Hi, sister. Thank you, Sister Tanya, to some and present to others, none other than Douglas Edward Lattimore, my son, someone from the millennial generation who will give his thoughts about what's really going on. Welcome, Douglas.
Oh, welcome, Dr. Mom. How are you?
I'm great, son.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. I went on a rant. You know, you saw what I've been going through. I'm frazzled. Somebody just sent me a video cussing me out, telling me, I didn't tell you that part. You know, she was telling me, you know, don't F with me. I will send an effing curse to you. You a B, you a hoe. I mean, she was going off of me, all because I said I don't believe that the brawl that occurred in Alabama was necessarily real, that I think it was a false flag event and something that was caused to incite division between the races and to cause so-called Black people to become emotionally charged. Well, that's not a popular opinion right now. So some people are really becoming like violent and angry. So I was frazzled about that. And then you saw what I went through with Facebook. Just, I kept trying to go live and they kept deleting my live right before we can even speak. So that's it, son. What are your thoughts about anything?
Well, in regards to the what they're calling the Alabama brawl, how does my sound? It sounds like I probably have a lot of echoing, but does it sound okay?
It sounds okay to me. It sounds okay, yes, but our audience will probably let us know. Audience, can you let us know how his audio is, please? It sounds good to me, but keep talking. Son.
Okay, and okay, as we're waiting on that. So when the brawl first came out, of course, I'm on social media, so I seen Facebook kept suggesting that I watch it. Like they will put it as the first thing in my feed. As soon as you open up Facebook, you have to see it.
Yes.
And I was like, what is this? So I just click off of it. I just, I'll either just go to my page or I'll press the I don't want to see. You know how you can say see less of this stuff?
Yes.
So I would do that, or I would just log out of Facebook, do something else, log back into Facebook, and then they're showing me this this brawl again. I didn't know what was going on. I just seen a whole bunch of commentary, memes, and videos, but I did not want to watch anything. And I determined that I would not watch anything until maybe after a day, Facebook just started playing it automatically. Like I didn't have a choice. They were going to force me to watch this, which was really, interesting. But yeah, so it made me. So then eventually I watched it, and it became it was, how do you say? It was a fantastical video. It was thrilling to watch. It was a fantastic video, as in it was what is the word? Basically, it was, just epic is the word I was looking for. It was epic. Okay. When I watched it. And so I had to watch it at every angle after I determined I was not going to watch it. But then Facebook, like I said, all these social medias, even YouTube, they all forced me to watch it. So I was like, okay, I'm going to watch every angle then. And I'm going to watch what the commentary is. And then so I seen that everybody is for what happened there. Everybody is in agreement with the outcome that a number of Americans and possibly what people call Black people, other nationalities of Black people. I don't know which all the nations that were there, but they got into a brawl with a group of unruly European people or white people. And so I did see that. And, I was like, okay, this is, it's epic because it's WWE. I grew up, it's just the WWE factor of it. I grew up where we watched all those characters hit each other with chairs, throw each other off the ropes, jump off the ropes, and do all these things and toss them out of the ring, and the commentators were really enthusiastic about whatever was going on. So it was just entertainment. Yeah, that's all I got from it. It was a lot of entertainment, but the more I thought about it, it's like, what's the value? Why are people hyping this up? Why is every person, every American or every Black person, I guess even so-called Black people, or even so-called Black people from other nations were cheering this on, and even so-called white people or Europeans were cheering this on, and basically agreeing with what happened overall. That so there was a family that started off with a European family not moving their boat when they were asked to, and there was a boat with 200 or so people that was trying to dock or trying to moor, and that's a key word, but trying to moor onto the dock. and the European family wouldn't allow them to moor onto the dock. The other boat was out there for 45 minutes or so. And finally, the co-captain, from what I'm hearing, the co-captain was the one that went over to the dock and started, asking the people to let them dock in that space. Basically, you can't park here. I need to park here. This big boat that always parks here needs to park here, or moor here. And it wasn't allowed by the family. And then that particular family started beating him up. I don't know if it was 6 or 8 people punching him and beating him up. And so what people were agreeing with was the response to that action is that, you can't just jump somebody and expect nothing to happen. And then so the fight was over after that, or almost over. It looked like they were still being combative, but it looked like the fight might have been over at that point. And then some workers were finally able to moor onto the shore. And then they came and
shore. Go ahead. All these water terms.
Oh yeah, a lot of water terms. So they were able to moor onto the shore, and they got out and they gave some repercussions, and then also or fought that same group that jumped them. It looked like it could have been self-defense, but you could also say that it wasn't self-defense because of the timing. And then several people in the crowd also helped out. So it looked like it was what someone would say black versus white. And so why are they even hyping it up was my thoughts. And then you and I spoke on it. And after, just thinking about it, all the information that I gathered a lot of information. Like I said, I didn't want to watch it, but once I watched it, it was epic. And so I kept watching it and figuring out what was going on. And I just realized, no, there's something more to this. Why do they want us all to agree that this is something to cheer on? Why was Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, every social media platform forcing you to watch it? Like I said, I didn't want to watch it. They forced me to watch it. I tried to click out of it often, several times, and they forced me to watch it. So why did they force me to watch it? And then why did, 2-3 days later, they started deleting everybody's video. Everybody was allowed to post for 2 days. And then after 2-3 days, they started deleting people's videos, deleting the words, or how you say, the audio. They started censoring videos, making it blurry. They started people they wouldn't play on YouTube. First, people were playing the whole video and putting commentary over it. But then they
video too, right?
Yeah. We can do that. We just have to be careful because I don't understand. They're treating this like the one thing that we just got out of, where you can't even say the word. You can't say the word. You can't even say the remedy for the word. You can't say anything that happened over the last 3-4 years in regards to that pandemic. So they're treating it just like that particular case. Why are they treating it like that? And so that brought me to a couple questions. That brought, you had questions, and we spoke, and here we are. We went over some things, but here we are now.
Very good. Thank you for laying that out for us. I do kind of want to show parts of the video. You said we should be careful.
You just never know what, okay. I wanted to show the picture because I took a picture of, they kept deleting you tried to post you post that something about the bra and the word fake, and they deleted it from Facebook immediately. And then you had, I took a picture of that. I took a picture of the little the icon thing. What do you call it? Yeah, the indicating that it was deleted, telling you, oh no, this was deleted.
They sure.
Why are they? That's like, are they why are you censoring this? What's the you can't even suggest that this might not have occurred in the manner that it's reported to have, or purported to have occurred. So yes. I do want to play some of that video and see where we go with it. See how far we get with it.
Tanya Davis says, to me, whenever something is being hyped up and the news and celebrities are talking about it, that lets me know something isn't right.
And all the celebrities, right?
Yes, but there was one celebrity, Marlon Wayans. He said, this was pretty funny, but why can't we just love each other? And do you know mainstream media tried to cancel him? If you look it up on Google, they will say how he should not have said that we need to love each other, and how Black people came after him, and Black people classified as Black did come for him and tell him, you're an Uncle Tom. You shouldn't say we need to love each other. Our ancestors are fighting on our behalf. And I was like, okay, Marlon, I applaud you for saying we need to love each other. And I can see that not only do the people want to cancel you, but so does mainstream media. But everybody else is, he didn't even say he was against it or he thought it was fake. He just said, why can't we love each other? And they want to cancel him.
I've seen that. All the commentators that caught wind of what Marlon, was it Wayans, whoever it is, everybody who caught wind of it said that he was either an Uncle Tom, or that he's a traitor to Black people, or just something along those lines, just basically saying that how dare he do this, and he's bad for doing this, bad him for saying anything against it. Which, I mean, I don't care one way or another what he said, but it's just interesting, what people's response was.
It is. And, I took the liberty to say it's fake. I believe it's fake, but that is not necessarily what a false flag event is. A false flag event is something that really could have been real. It really could have happened. People could have gotten hurt, but it's something that's orchestrated generally in order to get a certain desired result.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then my response or my perspective, and I didn't want to cut you off.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So my perspective is it may be fake.
Okay.
The evidence points to it at least being orchestrated. And so that's the perspective I want to go with. I'm leaning more towards it was orchestrated, and that there were certain actors that were in the know and certain actors that were not in the know. That's my take. And that's just from watching everything and taking everything in.
Okay. So should we show the video now, or what do you
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, do it.
I want to show the video that you sent me.
Okay.
In my inbox.
All right. We might have to pause it, every couple of moments to add our little commentary and everything.
Okay, I'm good with that. I have
all
to
right.
make sure I got the right one. I know everybody watching, I know you all have already seen this 1,000 times probably. Hold on 1 minute. And I refused to watch it at first too, which is why I'm kind of late talking about it. But I was like, I don't hear anybody saying that this might be fake. Wait, I got to speak my piece. Hold on 1 minute. It's coming up. Here we go. Does that look like? Yep, that's it. That hat toss was epic.
Yes.
And listen, I don't know who can take the time out to take your hat off, toss it up, dramatically or theatrically, look at it, and then go to fighting. But that's just me. You ready for me to get this?
Yes. Yes.
Is this the one that with sound?
I'm not sure. Okay.
Yep. Oh. Listen, have you ever seen somebody fight and throw a hat up and look at the hat?
He threw it up like this and then looked at the hat and up towards his hand. No, I've never seen anything remotely like that.
And isn't this guy supposed to be a co-captain?
Yes.
What captain? Go ahead.
A serious person. Mm-hmm. He's a co-captain. He's the captain, the leader, the head. A serious person. He's supposed to be a serious person. Why was he not serious when he was getting into a serious altercation? Why wasn't he taking any of this serious? Even in the beginning, I don't know that we have the video, but he's doing all this clapping like a female claps at every syllable.
Like,
you know what I said, and I said something. I've never done it before. I have seen Umar Johnson recently do it, but I think we should keep it, leave it for the women. But he started doing it. He was, doing the clapping, but it just seemed like a lot of theatrics, a lot of putting on a show. Like he didn't take it serious. Like he did not feel like he was in danger.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't he feel like he was in danger? But yeah, you can go on.
So, and why would they send a co-pilot to move a boat? A pilot or a co-pilot would not be sent to move a boat. A crew member would be. So why would they send a co-pilot? I don't think they would do that.
Mm-hmm. Co-captain is the same thing. It's the same thing. Pilot, captain.
Co-captain. Yeah,
it's the same thing.
And keep in mind who usually is a captain or a pilot, a captain of a ship or a pilot of an airplane. They're not everyday regular people. They're usually military or part of a brotherhood. Am I right?
To my knowledge, they would have to be part of a brotherhood. So the way that I've come to see how these Masonic organizations work, or these other brotherhoods that are they're all tied to the Masons. Mm-hmm. So you have to reach up to a certain level, a certain degree, before you're allowed to do certain things like pilot an airplane or captain a boat, captain a ship, or to get certain levels in politics. Mm-hmm. Unless you just, you was very charismatic and you was able to get in there. But more than likely, you had to be affiliated with one of these brotherhoods, and not only be affiliated, but you had to work up the ranks to get up close to 32nd to 33rd degree. 32nd is when I see a lot of people able to actually do big moves. 33rd degree being what they call the highest degree, they're able to do, again, big moves. But if I had to guess, him being a co-captain, I would say he was probably a high-ranking Mason. Probably.
Okay.
And then the reason that that's important is because the people who currently control the entire globe, the economics of the globe, the food distribution and what's being grown and what's not, who lives and who dies, the people who control everything that happens on the globe are Masonic, or have Masonic memberships, and they have to have a certain level before they're able to be captains, be pilots, be politicians, or run certain things.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. So those were my thoughts too. Or was he a high degree Mason, or was he just some average person that they hired to do this? Because no captain of a ship that I can imagine, or co-captain, would go to move somebody's ship. And again, with the mooring terms, we can come up and talk about that later, how we're on Admiralty law or maritime law, and that's the law of the water. How in the intel community, they've been telling us to watch the water. Probably because we're moving away from Admiralty law into the law of the land or common law. So they're certainly telling the story. I just need to figure out what it is. You ready? Okay.
I am.
Okay.
So can you pause it right here?
Yes.
Okay. So up to right now, nobody has given any devastating blows.
Okay.
I don't get into fights. I don't. That doesn't mean I haven't been into a fight. I've never had somebody hit me carefully. I haven't. Even when I'm sparring, one sparring partner, I think he broke my wrist once. Wow. I've never had somebody hit me carefully. Or, they hit me carefully enough not to kill me, but, we hit each other and we do some damage. And that's how that that's how we kind of know, yeah, we did spar. I wasn't just shadow boxing. One thing I took note of is none of those blows up till now, and even as this plays on, none of these blows are actually giving any devastation or actually leaving any marks. Mm-hmm. It's very interesting. These are strong men. Men know how to hit each other, whether you had a drink or not. Okay. A man knows how to hit a man, and even the captain up to this point. So you see he's heavy. So you see how he was kind of using his weight to move the younger individual around. Mm-hmm. So but he didn't throw a punch. Right. But he knew that punches were coming. Maybe he outside of he already knew it was coming. I just don't know. I don't know how else to explain his actions. Now we can go on. I want to also talk about their actions, but we can continue, okay. And you can give your commentary.
Oh no, I'm enjoying yours. You're a man, and I always say that when men fight each other, they fight each other to hurt each other. They don't play around. It's just a code. Men know that you don't even raise your voice or get in too many arguments, even unless you know that at some point you might go to blows. At least that's what men have told me.
That's what that's the rule. We all know that without talking to each other, without having a conference about it. Mm-hmm. Men don't raise their voice at each other, or else somebody might get killed. Like that's just it escalates up to that. Not it escalates up to we're going to have a tickle match or we're going to push each other around, mm-hmm. or even that we're going to probably punch each other. No, somebody might die. That's why we don't do it.
Mm-hmm. Which you and I were talking about that, and I was like, where's the blood? Where's the assault? Because I've seen the way brothers get down. Okay, I lived in the hood, and at some point, if they're losing a battle, or even if they're not losing a battle, they're going to hit you until you bleed, or do some damage in other ways, like with a weapon. Now, yes. Some people might say that wielding the chair was a weapon, but I've seen that in WWE a lot when my mother-in-law used to watch WWE. So they know how to hit each other in ways where it doesn't really hurt, right? I'm assuming.
WWE is epic. I'm telling you, that was the stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was the stuff. He had a plastic chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ready for me to go on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm gonna let you tell me when I should stop.
Okay. Okay, you can stop it here. I've heard other commentaries, other people who gave commentary were saying that this individual, this American man, or what someone would call a black man, when he came to stop the fight, mm-hmm. Some people said, "Oh, he should have just came over there and started throwing blows." Mm-hmm. But no, I mean that's just not what you see. That's not what you see on this in everyday society. We don't just go to blows, especially when it's two different races, okay. Because we know that as far as Europeans are concerned, they have a whole military force that will back them up for whatever actions. And race is involved. So what are we going to do? So, but when there's two races involved, we don't just go throwing punches. And some people would criticize him for breaking up the fight, but it makes sense that he would break up the fight. And what I would expect is that everybody who got involved would try to break up the fight. That's what I've seen. People try to break up fights. Mm-hmm. Now, unless it's the same race, then it's kind of sometimes people don't know who's who there. Everybody just likes to hit each other. They know that they're not going to have consequences if it's Americans fighting Americans. So, they'll jump in or they'll shoot and they'll do stuff because they know there's no real consequences. Mm-hmm. You can just walk away from the fight and then the police say, "Oh, we can't figure out who it is." But, in this situation, the police are there somewhere. And so we know that they're probably going to come and help. But up to this point, the European family is punching, but it doesn't seem like they're landing any devastating blows again. Any consequential, nothing that's going to be substantial or hurt the person. They're all, and I heard other people say that they don't know how to jump people right. we figured out how to jump people. We, before the person lands, we're hitting them. And while somebody else is holding them and pulling them, they're getting hit by 5 different people. And then once they get on the ground, everybody's stomping, so what were they doing? It just seems like, and then this family, I want to point out who okay, his name is Shipman.
Yes.
Shipman.
Is that the guy who owns that boat?
The guy who started the whole thing, yes. The guy who owns the boat. This is why I say, come on now. There's too many coincidences. When there's so many coincidences, perhaps somebody staged part of this. I think that the European family, at least the shipman guy, is also a high-ranking Mason, and probably as high as the co-captain or higher. This is all allegedly. Allegedly, this guy could be a high-ranking Mason, Mr. Shipman who drives ships.
Yes.
Who gets in a ship fight on the water. Right before we get into school, and we're going to have a bunch of other distractions, and right in August, that they call August a high month for Black people or something. Right next to the Harriet, like he knew for sure. I heard that they were also commemorating an event for the slaves that were brought to this particular dock. There was like a whole bunch of slaves being brought here. It was a significant amount, and it was so significant that it goes down in history as, okay, I think that there was so many people being shipped over here or being sold here that they had to have holding quarters for the slaves or something like that. There was a big number of people being shipped from here.
Okay.
So Mr. Shipman probably came over here because he knew that this was a day where the Americans are already in high spirit. When I say Americans, I'm talking about Black people, but maybe I'll just say Black and white, so I'm not confusing everybody. So I don't like to say it. It even kind of, it does hurt me. It hurts me somewhere in here to call myself Black and to call other people Black. So anyway, I'll do it. So he knew that this was a high day for Black people, being that they were commemorating the slaves being sold there. It's a significant slave port. The ship is called the Harriet. He sees all these Americans or these Black people of whatever nationality they are, but majority being American, North American. He sees all of them everywhere. He's seen that ship. He's seen the what do you call that? A liner. What do you call the big boat that the Americans were on? The Black people were on?
Oh, I don't know.
Whatever it was, the boat liner, a ship line. I don't know what you call it. But the Harriet too. He's seen the Harriet too out there with so many hundred people there on that boat. He went over here more than likely to provoke something. That's why I say it was intended. So I say for him, it was certainly intended. And this should be a hate crime. I heard that they were yelling out nigger and a whole bunch of racial slurs and cuss words and all that. And then they all jumped on this guy, and they did it on this, what is almost like a holiday or some type of significant day for Black people. This should be a hate crime. It should be a felony. And it also should be inciting a riot. They knew what they were doing. Maybe not all the members of the family. Maybe not. But that ship man, this uncommon name ship man who drives ships. I just say that he knew what was going on, and that he agitated this, and it was intentional. It was racially motivated. It was a hate crime. He should be prosecuted to the fullest. However, it was not just him that set it up, is what I'm thinking. It was probably his organization that set it up. And perhaps that the co-captain was also in the same organization. So even if he didn't get the word that, hey, we're going to start this little, confrontation and, just act, even if he didn't get the word, which he might have, even if he didn't get the word, he would have recognized a fellow Mason. If I can recognize a Mason, I can recognize about where he's at, and I'm almost always right. I ask them, and they tell me, oh yeah, And if I can guess it, then a Mason can guess it.
Mm-hmm.
And so then if you're involved with a Mason and then you're about to go to punching with Masons and their family, you probably know, hey, perhaps this is a ruse, a ruse. How you say the word? And you know, so we're not really going to fight each other for real. So I'm just going to talk to you and clap like this, and I'm going to toss up my hat after you punch me. I'm going to toss up my hat and look like this, like you're not going to knock me cold out, and then, you know, and then I'm gonna fight you one-on-one instead of fighting the whole crowd. If the whole crowd of you are attacking me, then I'm going to attack the whole crowd. And then this should be considered deadly violence. When I watched that, there's a channel on this YouTube that is called Active Self-Protection.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they do a lot of good work as far as, I mean, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but going off of what they say, whenever I see there's a disparity of force and a disparity of numbers,
yeah,
and a age disparity, that like there's a difference in all these, one on how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if that's 6 or 7. 1 on 7, 1 on 8. When that happens, 1 on 8, it might be able to use deadly violence. When it's age disparity, where the co-captain, the American or the black guy, is over 60 years old, he has a bunch of young men fighting him. Then now you have the age disparity. Now you might be able to use deadly force. Then you have the what was it? These are stronger people, you know. And so when you have, they say what, 2 factors, then this could be considered him being in danger of death or great bodily harm. I am not a lawyer, but just from looking at these other shows where they talk about, hey, this is an instance where you could use deadly force to defend yourself. This looks like one of those instances. So then, this should be maybe not attempted murder, maybe not, but they were using deadly force. And I really want to emphasize that. And why would you do that? Why would you do that knowing that there's so many black people around you? Like, really, you think nobody's going to do anything about it?
That's why I think it was orchestrated. That's why I think they're both Masons, and they were or paid crisis actors. And that's why you don't see any blood. That's why nobody's pulled out any assault weapons. I really think they were crisis actors who were paid to stage this whole fake scene. And as a matter of fact, I think that hat toss was a cue. If you look at the way he tossed the hat up and stood and looked, to me, it was cue the actors. Here we go. On your mark, set, go. Let's go. That's the way I saw it. Now, if it's real, like what you're saying, then yes, I believe that, you know, it was deadly and that it should be a hate crime. But in 2023, it's kind of hard for me to really see people trying to, around election time. You know, and it happens every year, something racially motivated, not every year, but particularly every election cycle, something racially motivated kicks off. And mark my words, as time comes out, you and I are the first persons that I know of that's speaking openly about this, questioning it and saying on our social media platforms, this may be staged. It could be a false flag event. Now that we have set the precedent, other people will start speaking out. It's going to come out who the crisis actors are. Mark my words. It's going to come out. Somebody's going to break down the numerology. Somebody's going to show the real pictures of these people, just like they did with the GF situation, George Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
I wanted to say again about the deadly force. Yeah. So not only could this co-captain have used deadly force, if this was real, or even if it was staged, what I perceive is what really matters. Okay. Because I think it's staged. The evidence points to where to it possibly more than likely being staged. But no matter what it was, whether it was a scene out of a movie, if I seen this as a bystander, if I'm correct, if I'm watching these shows and I'm hearing what these lawyers are saying, and these lawyers are telling me the correct thing and I'm interpreting it correctly, then a bystander can use deadly force to protect that man. As in, a bystander could have pulled out a gun and shot those individuals to stop them from causing death or great bodily harm to him. And then there's a body of water right there. They could drown him.
And that's why I think it was staged. I think it was like a movie set, honestly.
Yeah.
Because somebody would have done some deadly damage, for real.
Now, if it was one of my relatives, we're gonna have some serious problems.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have some serious quick problems, right?
Right.
So, what did he not have any relatives there? Mm-hmm. I mean, he had his crewmen. Now, here's the thing: the crewmen are the ones who a lot of them were the ones who did the retribution. Fought the people back. The crewmen are the ones that came and fought the white people for fighting the black man 8 against 1.
Right.
Now I hear that there's a different relationship between a captain and a crewman than there is from regular workers and a manager. Now, I don't have that loyalty to the managers that the different what do you call them? The employers that I've had. If they got jumped, I would stop the fight. I wouldn't want to go and beat up everybody who fought them. I would try to stop the fight. I probably would. But I don't have the same loyalty that, hey, no, you need to pay for this. But I hear, a captain and his crew is a very close group. I think about the pirates and all those pirate movies. They're really, really close. Yeah, that's the closest I've seen to a captain and his crew.
Okay, can we go on so we could?
Yes. Let's do it.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And for everybody joining us, my name is Dr. Kia Pruitt. This is my son, Douglas Edward Lattimore II. He has his daddy's full name and my full face, but his daddy's inner. He is who we call a scholar. He's a very quiet young man, but he does study a lot. He reads a lot. He read the law, different law books about law. He read a lot of books on the art of war. And I sometimes wonder if he was some type of military general in his past life, because he's always talking about war. He is a vegetarian for the most part. He eats well, and he is the healer in our family. So when people are pregnant, and we've had people who were were about to lose their babies, they called my son to cure them. People who are needing to lose weight, they called my son to cure, or should I say, you're not allowed to say cure, to heal them, but I'll say cure them. He kept his father alive for many, many years because his dad was sick with heart disease and some other ailments. And he was the one that kept his father alive when they kept saying his dad's heart is only functioning at a very small, like 10%. He kept his dad alive for 2 decades. So he's a phenomenal gentleman, and I'm just so honored and thrilled and proud to be his mom. You will hear from him more in the future, and you will see his Facebook and YouTube channel and his Rumble channel in the future. So you ready, son?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome. Let's get to it.
Let's do it.
Look at him.
An excellent swimmer, isn't he?
Looks like a professional swimmer, if you ask me. Yes, a very excellent swimmer.
Yeah. That it takes training to be able to swim like that.
Thank you. Crisis actor. I mean, I'm just saying, maybe.
Now I don't know. Now he's 16. They say that he's 16. Allegedly. In the line of, yes, I've seen a lot of people who are a lot older than what they look, but they say he's the 16. So, I mean, I do understand the impulsiveness of a 16-year-old to jump in the water. And if he has the ability to swim, hey, I have the ability to do this. I can just go right over there. Nobody else has the courage to jump in. I'm going to jump right in. And I don't, I can't calculate how much strength I'm going to lose by the time I get there and pull myself up. I'm not even going to be really have enough strength to straight go out and rumble. Mm-hmm. I can see a 16-year-old not doing the calculations or doing this particular calculation of, hey, I'm just going to jump in. None of these other men are willing to get wet and possibly get mauled by alligators and whatever. So yeah, I can see it, but I could also see, man, this guy is a great swimmer. I don't know.
And look at the perfect angle. I saw this angle and I saw an angle from him actually jumping off the boat.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they had the angle of him going towards the part, I don't know what you call it, like at the edge, and then jumping in the boat. And I was like, you would have thought that they were ready for this gentleman to jump into the water. But I'll keep going.
Get up there, young boy. Get up there, young buck. Get up there, young buck.
Right here, it looks like it's done. It looks like the fight is done.
Yes. Yes.
Like you can't do anything from here legally, I think.
Okay.
I'm not a lawyer, but it looks like the fight has ceased. The people are trying to run away so they don't get beat up for their actions.
Okay.
Now, as far as what would I do after somebody just jumped one of my good friends, and they just want to walk off casually? I don't know. I don't know. I might be very, very, very upset about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And now let me say that I did invite some people, like if you are passionate and you want to have something to say, I could send you a personal link if you want to join us later in the show to hear your thoughts, as long as they're respectful. They can be opposite of my thoughts, opposite of Mr. Lattimore's thoughts. We are okay with that, but just let us know if you want to join in, and I'll send you a link, but you do have to cam up. I have to see you on camera, or else, I'm going to ask you not to join us in. So Douglas, I wanted to say that the person doing this commentating, get up there, young boy, get up there, young boy. And, she's doing all, she's really shouting and screaming. She's very excited. I question her authenticity. She could have been a hired crisis actor. And I know I'm always talking about conspiracies and, and I question everything, but I found an interview of her with Ricky Smiley from the Ricky Smiley Show. And I can show that later. And I just thought it was kind of odd that this woman, gave this excellent commentary of this show that looks like, to me, theater. Well, I don't know if you even considered that.
Now I do know our people are very dramatic, and they like to narrate everything that's going on. So I mean, I do know that part, okay. But it is interesting. It's interesting because the everybody's cameras, their narration added so much to this. It was like WWE. They were the comments. They were the what do you call the announcers or whatever you call those people that you don't see, that have the microphone, and there's like 2 or 3 of them. And it's like, oh, here he goes! Oh my God, I can't believe it! I just. So I don't know. I know people who act like her, but then also I just also know that it added so much to this whole event that it does make me question.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's continue. So the fight was over, right?
Yes.
Okay, so one could argue that then the boat, the crew members were able to come closer, and so they jumped off and started to fight with the guys, right? Is that the argument?
Yes, I'm not a lawyer, but yes, it looked. Yes, people say that they would say that they jumped off the boat and they wanted to fight, but these guys, these men, it looks like they're giving payback more than they're defending. And hey, I'm not telling them to do one way or another. That's what it looks like is happening. It looks like they're giving payback rather than defending. And then it doesn't look like they step off the boat until somebody reaches in the boat and makes a connection. So,
and for me, it was okay. Cut the first scene when the co-captain was fighting with the gentleman. That was over. Then it was like cut. Now we're gonna pan over here to the other side. Action. And I'm only saying that because I studied theater in my younger years, and I know how they pan the camera, how they stage a whole scene, and then they do something else to make it and kind of pick up off of where they left off. So it could be real, or it could be stage. I don't know.
Now, I did see several other angles that it looks like it. I can see the whole action.
Okay.
I've seen so that the Harriet, now you see it is finally almost able to moor to the shore, or to the dock. It's almost able to. You see it, the rotors are spinning to let the Harriet kind of move to its side to get over to the dock. Well, it took a long time. It takes a long time to move in water. And it was from the time that guy jumped off the water, the boat was edging its way over to the dock.
Okay.
And they say, you see it, and I don't know, does it look like it's tipping a little bit? But some people were saying that that the workers were all standing at the edge. Everybody was standing at the edge waiting to get off, and that the boat was tipping on one side. I don't know. I didn't recognize all of that, but I did see. I just wanted to point out I did see other angles that looked like perhaps you can see all the actions. Like I seen them jump off. There's other angles where you see them jump off before the boat actually gets to the dock, and they actually tie the rope, which is called mooring the boat onto the dock. I see them jump off with a little gap of water in between the boat and the dock. And then because there's so many cameras, everybody has their camera. And then so I just wanted to give that little pushback, but I am not trying to discount what you're saying as far as here's the next scene. Here's the next angle. Here's the other one. Yeah. Oh man, look at it from this angle.
Okay.
Yeah. Excuse me.
No, you're good. You're good. And I've heard people say, you were saying it looked like this was retribution. And so people were saying, well, this is our ancestors. Our ancestors inspired them to come and fight these Caucasian people for what, has happened to us for thousands of years or hundreds of years. And you brought up a point to me the other day. You said, so our ancestors came to help us to fight, but they didn't come to liberate us.
Right. They came to the ancestors, just ghosted down here, shimmered down here to tell these couple of people to come fight these 8 Europeans, 3 women, come fight them after the initial contact was ended, go fight them, then all come as a group and fight them and put it on social media so everybody can see it. And then the ancestors encourage the same captors that are causing the problems to force us to watch it on social media, to put it out all over the world. These ancestors, they just got this one thing right. This one thing. So either that happened, or I even heard people saying that the spirits in the water has memory, the spirits in the waters help them out, the Holy Ghost and all this stuff. But it was either that, or it was, that first part looked like it was staged. It's one of the two. And maybe the whole thing was staged. But these guys look like these guys look like some guys that I've been familiar with that we don't fight each other. We don't argue with each other. These guys look like somebody I don't know them. They look like people I know, and these don't look like great. These look like some authentic people. I don't know. They could be actors.
Yeah, they could be, or they could be.
Those look like guys I wouldn't be bothering to pick a fight with.
Right. I don't. Right. You see the way they skipped to the thing. They skipped with their pants up. I was like, well, if that's, it could be theater. I don't know, or it could be real, because that's the way people will run to a fight. I imagine. I don't know.
I think I just have to say, but if they did fight me, if I had to fight, I'm not saying that I would chicken out or anything. I would stand my ground and everything like that. But I'm just saying, I wouldn't pick a fight with them. That was all.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Woo! 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 They mad. Look at them. They mad. Woo! Beat their ass.
I just want everybody to know that I do not believe in violence. I'm not trying to incite violence. I just want to set the stage. I'm just showing what happened and giving my commentation. Go ahead.
I also don't want to incite violence, but I do want to make it clear that men like violence to whatever degree we like violence. We're a violent type of gender. You know, that's why the WWE was extremely successful. And that's why I liked it so much. That's why I like to fight. You know, but I do not suggest to just go and commit violence to others. That's not the correct thing to do. You know, go to the gym or something.
Exactly. Now, is this a police officer here? Or a security guard?
Wow, it sure looks like a police officer. I didn't even see that. You see that patch right here?
Yeah, right here. So why?
What's in his hand?
I don't know.
It's her.
It's a her. What's in her hand? Why is she just standing there? Why isn't backup there to help her? Why did they send
a woman? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Nothing.
What are you gonna say?
No. Why did they send a woman? Well, she's the first responder.
Hello.
But is that a woman?
That looks like a woman.
It looked like those are yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what's in her hand, and she got on gloves. But like you said, why would they send a woman, and why is she not doing anything? She could have tased them. Yes.
She could have also got beat up.
She could have, or she could have called for help. Or you mean to tell me between the time the co-captain was fighting and the time they panned over here, no police officers came rushing to the scene?
No police officers or security guards.
Or security. I'm just saying. And I know every time you and I go to a public place and we're by water, there are always helicopters going above, over the
helicopters, water. Small planes, military helicopters, military planes.
Yes.
They'll even fly low, so you make sure that, hey, Noah, I am watching you guys.
Yes.
You get right there.
You let more. You Pruitt, I see you. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right down, and they'll follow you as you walk along the dock.
Yeah. They're not absent. I'll tell you that much.
Right. I'll continue.
Oh my God. Woo! That what you get. That what you get. That what you get. Oh, tie ass up. Ooh, she whooped her ass. She finna put her.
Now, one thing I wanted to say, can pause, is that it was interesting that the now I have seen this dynamic where you'll see men fighting, right? Men are fighting men, and then some women get involved that are on the other side, like you've seen on the side of the. If I say, I don't know if I say European, are people getting offended? If I say American, are people getting offended? So on the white side, it looks like, so there's women that were involved in the initial tussle, and they were, punching and kicking and tugging people, and then we get to this point, and they're still involved. But whenever this happens, I have seen where the defending side, or whoever the opposite side is, the men will do their best not to hit the women, but they will hit the women. If you want to fight me like a man, you want to challenge me to a fight. So sometimes the men will hit the women, especially once it goes too far. But usually the men will try not to hit the women, and other women will come and put themselves in the fight so that the men don't have to hit the women, and so that these other the initial aggressors, the females that are the initial aggressors, they're able to come and get their free licks in, like, oh, nobody's going to hit me, I'm a woman, hitting people from the side, kicking people, like, maybe the camera can't see me kicking, so you have that a lot of times. I've a lot of times women will behave in that manner, try to get into the fight and fight dirty, and hey, you can't hit me back because I'm a woman. And then I see women come from the other side and be like, I'm a woman too. And so I saw that dynamic, and it was just interesting. It was interesting to jump in there. I don't say that that makes them crisis actors or not. I just say that is it. I've seen that dynamic where the women will step in and stop the aggressor woman so that the men don't have to hit them. But if the women want to fight like men and keep hitting men, then they just might get hit like a man. You know, I mean, how else is a man going to hit you? A man can only hit you like a man. You can't be hitting on men.
Right.
In the water. In the water.
Oh, that was a woman that pushed her in the water.
The woman got pushed in the water. You hear the same commentator. That same woman who was commentating the whole show is still talking. She's doing the whole over. I think she's a crisis actor.
Mm-hmm.
That's just key.
And it makes sense. It makes sense because of how much and how, you know, tear his ass up. Oh yeah, go over there, young boy. Jump up there. Oh, good young boy. Oh yeah, hey, that's what y'all get. Y'all should. You know, yeah. She's just. You know, is it serious or is it not serious? Because it seems like nobody is really taking this seriously. Now those shirt off guys, they look like they might be serious. The blue shirt guys, they might be serious. I don't know, but it just seems like a lot of people are pretty lighthearted in this fight.
Yeah, and no real hard blows, no blood, no strangling, no people passing out. Like I've seen fights. And I've even seen fights with women and I've seen blood. So this raised a lot of flags for me. And
that's the police back there.
Oh,
and the black, you'll see, okay, there's 1, 2, maybe. And there was a whole bunch. Once you, at different angles, you can see they were coming and they were like a line of them coming and they were walking in the midst of the guys who were walking up to fight. Like the guys are walking up to fight. And the police are walking right beside them and right behind them.
A group of police officers are going to see a bunch of black men, big old burly black men punching on white men, businessmen, mind you. Shipman is a businessman.
Yes.
That owns a ship. He's got money.
Yeah, and Mr. Fake Name. Maybe that's his name. I don't know. I'm listening.
Yeah. Just like Bankman-Fried, when it came to talk about the collapsing of this bank, his name happens to be Bankman. Like these people are so comical that it's not funny. You know, it's like I can see you. And maybe because you were raised not watching a lot of TV, I was raised not watching TV, that is kind of, you question things. You know, we're not conditioned to just believe everything we see initially. But I got questions and I'll keep going. I mean, I just can't imagine that police officers will allow that to happen and not break up the fight, shoot somebody, spray somebody with mace. And one of our viewers said that the female cop actually had mace in her hand. That makes sense. But
the female cop that was standing like this, that was mace?
She said it was mace.
That was mace?
That's her.
Man, I ain't never seen mace held like that.
I mean, that's what she said it was. I mean, maybe
it was.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was a taser.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But it could have
it looked pretty heavy, dark, and gun-like. I don't know what it was though.
Here we go.
Because y'all were wrong.
Now the police still aren't breaking anybody up.
Right, the police aren't doing
no,
it right.
Look at it. Oh man. I'm sorry. I'm not even.
1 police, 2 police. Security, that looks like security right here in the blue shirt and the black at the bottom. That's another security. Nothing? They're not doing anything?
Right. I got caught up with these guys, how they perfectly surrounded. Oh man. Oh, you don't want to get caught like that. Oh, what are they doing?
I think they about to run. Hold on, let me see.
They don't run quick enough. What are you doing? And then why did she jump in? What did she think was going to happen? You see, I can't hold it. I can't not say something. So I do understand people saying. I can understand the whole crowd being like, oh, I don't know why you was out there. What the fuck you doing? Excuse my language. What are you?
No, did you hear what she said? She said, look at the brawl. That's what she said. What black person do you know? Well, I mean, I don't even know. I don't hear people saying, look at the brawl. And then you notice that that's what everybody is calling it, the bra. It is the hashtag the bra on Twitter. Mainstream media calls it the bra. Everybody's calling it the bra. This is the terminology that they seeded in our consciousness, and is exactly what she said. She's a crisis actor.
Dang, I did not even catch that. Yeah, I've never. I've used.
Don't play with me.
Yeah.
Pruitt. Don't do it. I see. Don't do it.
Now I do my best to use my vocabulary.
Hold on, I may have a PhD behind my name, but I was born and raised in the projects of Cleveland. I know ya. I see. I know how we get down, and this ain't it.
Yeah. I use my vocabulary. I try to use, a range of vocabulary words, but bra is not. It's not in that choice of words. I know it. I know what the meaning is. I've looked it up in the dictionary and everything. But I've not heard anybody say, "Oh my God, look at the bra," unless they're talking about, we never, like, we would get it confused. Like if somebody say, "Oh, there's a bra over there," we're thinking of women's chest wear, or, underwear. We're not thinking of, that's why we use words like fight, because we can't confuse that with like footwear or something,
Yes.
Yeah.
So we
Because y'all was wrong for jumping on that black man like that, baby.
Okay, that was it.
Oh yeah, start over. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's another video.
Oh, there's another one. You can woman in the video saying it was Mace. Okay, thank you, Victor.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the commentator in the video. Yeah, she was. This girl, mom and son, rebel rousers. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Victor, for saying that. It's two different women. One was on the boat and the other on the land. Two crisis actors is what I would call it. But thank you so much. But I hear your point. It was two different. I appreciate that, because I said it was one person. This is such an interesting perspective that you are sharing and dissecting the whole detail. Okay, thank you so much. Now you want me to get to the other one? Oh, my battery is low. Let me see. Hold on, son. I'm gonna bring the other video. Oh, hold on. Did I get out of there? Where's the other video? I think I lost y'all. Oh, here we go. Thank you, family. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you taking out your time to join us. And if I seem passionate, I'm not upset with anybody. I'm just excited. So I apologize if I'm a little too excited.
It's hard not to be excited when you're watching WWE. I'm telling you. Now, it's not even a racial thing. It's WWE. I don't mean to keep cutting you off.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
What is that? That was wrestling. What was it? What's the name for it?
Worldwide Wrestling Federation, or worldwide, I don't know. Something along those lines. And then they had to change it from WWE because there was some type of wildlife something that had the name or something like that. They had to change it to WWF. Once they did that, I was like, forget it. We already was getting in trouble for, hurting each other and making people with bloody noses and putting people's heads through the walls. And, so we got in too much trouble by then. Anyway, yeah.
Okay, there's no sound on this one. Douglas, you said it used to be sound.
There was sound, but it looked like Facebook started to leave.
Wait, let me replay that, and I'm gonna get my. You talk over it. You talk, and I'm gonna get my battery.
Okay. Oh man. Okay. So they're about to pan over to the other angle. This woman was like, "Hey, I can't see. Let me get over here." That's okay, but they're about to pan over to the. Huh? Okay. No. They haven't panned over yet. Where the guy with the chair. This is the beginning.
Wait, are those security? Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, you see, the security is not trying to break that up at all. They're not. It don't even look like. It look like they're just walking in the mist. Like, I'll wait for all y'all to calm down.
Yes.
Don't worry. They'll get your licks in. Okay, y'all got your licks in. Everybody feel good. Everybody comfortable. Okay, it's about to pan back over.
Oh, somebody hit the one.
John Cena. But yeah, okay.
And there he goes. Oh, that's what they used to do in WWE.
Oh, he jumped off the ropes.
And here, look at the cops. Look at all these cops.
Okay, here it is.
Okay.
Okay, now, yeah, they started tussling. The European guy wanted to fight the American a little more. The American women was like, "No, lady, you can't go fight in the men without us hitting you." Then yeah, and then here you see the chill wielding guy. He just already hit the European guy, the white guy with the chair. Now he just folded chair, plastic chair, hit the white lady. Not over not right on the head, but like right like this. Like, oh man, WWE, it was so awesome because they were throwing some blows that looked like they were devastating blows. But then the guys would get up, hey, oh man, they were the best actors, huh? No, they went back to the beginning.
Okay, I just saw that whole skip run.
Oh yeah. Like hey buddy, I'm on my way to you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
As you are shaking it loose, there are 3 different acts or scenes, fights, cause the chair part has a brawl is why. As you are shaking, there are 3 different. Part has I don't know what that means.
Okay, yeah, I would say if you could state that again so that, let me read it real quick. Okay, so all those scenes cost the guy with the chair to pick up the chair, I think is what they're saying.
Well, okay.
So I mean, yeah, it made sense to the progression. It also makes sense the progression on WWE. Like they start fighting, the other person started losing a little bit. Oh, they keep hitting me. Oh, okay, and I'm beating them up. Oh, I got him down. Oh, and then here my partner comes. He brought a chair. Oh my God, is he going to use it? He puts the plastic chair in there, but they use metal chairs in the WWE, but this was a plastic chair. He takes the plastic chair, bang, bang, bang. Oh man. Yeah. So what was I even talking about with that chair? That I don't know. That stuff, WWE was the thing. I'm telling you, that's why they're bringing it back, because they were so successful with that franchise. I love it today. I don't watch it anymore. And I was going to say they were actors, but they hit each other so well. When they would hit each other with the chair, that's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
It's like, how are you hitting each other with chairs? Oh, it changed from WWF to WWE? Was that what it was? Okay, so yeah, whatever it was. So they thank you. They take the chair and they would bash each other with this metal chair. I'm like, well, how's nobody dying?
Right.
And then I realized, oh, they're like when they land on the ground, they're like hitting the ground to cushion to break their fall. They're breaking their own falls. When the guy punches them, he's doing this type of act, and the guy's just going crazy, but they're not killing each other. They take a chair and they smash them, but they don't smash them. They don't smash their eye. They don't break all this. They don't break the nose. They don't break the neck. They hit it in just all the flat places to where it doesn't kill you. I don't know. It's WWF. Okay, but yeah.
Thank you for that. And that's what when I saw that chair, I'm gonna pick up that chair, I said, I've seen this somewhere before. Because my mother-in-law, your grandma, used to love WWF. I mean, she was this old lady that was single. Her husband had passed, and she didn't even watch TV. That was the only thing she would watch is the WWE.
We got in trouble by her, by you, by Dad, by my aunts, my uncles. For why she was watching all that, and then we get in trouble by her for doing all the acts. But
y'all actually would do it to each other. All my kids and the grandkids. Let's look at what Negus said. Afro Dandao. Let the Akata celebrate. They not known for fighting back unless it was for sexual access to white women or LGBTQ. We Eritreans know why Roland Martin's celebrating this. Yeah.
That sounds like using the word the Akatas and then using the hey, we're from a different country. And that sounds like a bunch of the continuation of what that guy who calls himself Tariq Nasheed started. It sounds like a little bit of trolling, they call it. I don't use that word often, but that's what it sounds like. I never even heard anybody call somebody an Akata. She's saying, this person, whoever she is saying, look at the Americans celebrating for fighting back, unless it's for sexual access to white women or LGBT. So she's, saying if she was an American, she could say something to that, and we'd be like, oh, that's a perspective. But it sounds like she's just trying to, with the word Akata, it's not a sincere criticism. It's more just trying to do some bantering. And then we Eritreans, who cares? I mean, I just want to throw that out there. I like Africans, I dated African women and all that. I like everybody, but that looks like some divisive stuff. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Excuse me.
No, say what you feel. How you feel? Y'all are not known for having smoke for white male group. I wasn't confused with what I said. Okay, I don't know what they're trying to say. It's been decades.
This is
Malcolm X. I don't understand.
Well, I'm glad that this person came on because I wanted to talk about this perpetrator, this crisis actor, this paid FBI agent, this guy who calls himself Tariq Nasheed, who was also big up in this thing. I heard that he said that when he played this video on whatever social media he has, I think he said he got 7 million views. Maybe that's the wrong number. I heard he said that he had a significant number of views.
7 million.
That's a big number. But so what did I want to point out? I want to get back to that, but I wanted to come back to Tariq Nasheed, the guy who calls himself. His name is not Tariq Nasheed. A Nasheed is an Islamic song talking about reading the Quran and singing the verses. That's a Nasheed. To my knowledge, there's no last name. This is a fake person. He calls himself Tariq. I'll get back to that, but yeah, I don't mean to cut you off. You can continue to.
I'm listening to you. No, you wanted to bring up something about him showing the video, getting 7 million views, and what else?
So, what I wanted to say was a lot of people are taking what happened as if this is a big victory for us. Like we've accomplished something. We've come together. This is our time.
For Tariq Nasheed and FBI. How do you know your stuff, Douglas?
I support Tariq Nasheed and FBI.
Or is that
okay?
Is it foundation?
I thought you. I don't know, but
you know it, you said it.
Yeah. So we take all these things to be as if they were supposed to save us. So what I wanted to point out is perhaps we have this wrong. We've gotten it wrong so many other times. Okay, perhaps this is the monumental thing that's supposed to bring us to freedom, to bring us together, and we're all supposed to celebrate this all over the world. This is going to help us. Okay, no, perhaps it's Martin Luther King, whose name's not Martin Luther King. Maybe it's him that's supposed to bring us to freedom. But no, he's actually a Freemason, a high degree Mason, who said that he took his people into a burning house, which means he said he committed murder. Taking your people into a burning house is committing murder. Yes, it's metaphorically, but he's saying that he helped out with the genocide, the further genocide of the people, the future genocide of the people is what he said. And he was a high degree Mason. And we thought that he was the one that was going to save us. We thought that Malcolm X was the one that was going to save us. Perhaps he had ties with the Masons. We thought that Elijah Muhammad was going to save us. He had ties with the Masons. We thought that Grandmaster Jay was going to save us. He had ties with the Masons. We thought the guy who calls himself Tariq Nasheed was going to save us. He has ties, most likely has ties with the Masons, the FBI, or whoever it is. After he allegedly, they say that this guy murdered an American. And the reason it might be a little, I'm just saying, okay, when Tariq Nasheed came out with his what do you call it? That
Hidden Colors,
the hidden colors. Everybody was like, oh my God, all the Americans, all the black people. I didn't mean to quotate Americans. I was going to say black, but it's hard to say. All the black people, all the black scholars are getting together, and they're going to save us. They're really serious. They all got together. They communicated with each other. They had a group discussion, and they figured out how to stop the colonial powers from killing our people. But no, they didn't. No, it was a ruse. Am I saying this word right? It was fake. It's just perhaps these are also high-ranking Masons that are trying to pull something over our eyes, as they say, or trying to trick us, getting us all hyped up. And yeah, I'm speaking a little passionately, but get us all hyped up about this situation that is trivial. This is like, why are we discussing? We're discussing this because everybody else is discussing this. This is trivial. So what? A group of people went and acted incorrectly and started punching on this guy and not landing devastating blows. And then a bigger group of people was like, hey, no, you shouldn't do that. As a matter of fact, we're going to hit you back. I've seen that a whole bunch of times. This is not unique in that sense. This is not unique in that people will come and stop you from doing damage to other people. Like if you get jumped, sometimes people will come and stop that. Sometimes this isn't very unique. It's just, okay, perhaps this is something that they want us to be on the same page about, because everybody's on the same page. Why are they stopping you from saying that this is why every time when I say something about it being just questioning it, they say that I can't boost it on Facebook. Whenever I say anything, if I say something about black people, so-called black people being American, you can't boost it on Facebook. That means you can't advertise it on Facebook, but you can post it, but you can't advertise it. If I say it's like, just like small things. If I said something about the thing that the words that nobody can use for everything that happened.
The CV, the sickness.
Yeah. Yes. I can't even say the words.
Yeah.
But perhaps why can't you say the words of this? Perhaps this is another one of those instances where they have to have everything in the narrative that they have already said, and that there can't be an alternative narrative, because if there's an alternative narrative, then people are going to go to that alternative narrative. If we have 1 million people in the country, and you only have one choice, they're only going to choose one choice, whether it's correct or not. Now, if you have a second choice, whether the second choice is correct or not, there's going to be people to go over and choose that second choice because the second choice is there. They don't want that second choice, that second opinion, to double guess them. Why do we have to say that what happened over there was the correct thing to happen? Why do we have to say that?
Yeah, and speaking
why is it Europeans who's forcing us? Nothing wrong with I like everybody, and I don't have a problem with Europeans. I'm saying, why is it the group who is in charge of everybody, who's even oppressing the Europeans that I see every day? Why is it them that's telling me that I have to say that this thing that they're broadcasting and forcing me to watch is the correct thing to happen? I'm listening.
Do you know who this is?
Mr. King.
Yeah, Michael Luther King. You mentioned that his real name is not Martin. It's not. You're right. It's Michael.
Yeah, I wonder if it's Luther King too. But who's the other guy?
A Rothschild.
Huh.
How Martin Luther King Jr.'s 1964 Nobel Peace Prize challenged Atlanta's tolerance. Let me see if I can find out if I can show you that this is a Rothschild. I wanted to see his name. It's in here somewhere. Oh, a profound moment in the friendship between Rothschild and King came in 1964. Rothschild is one of the bloodline families that enslaved the whole planet. They're friends, to your point that he's a high-level degree Mason. After King won the Nobel Peace Prize, Rothschild was among those who insisted that the city organize an integrated dinner ceremony to honor King, but support was tepid among members of the white business community. Leaders from Coca-Cola stepped in and pressured the city's elite to support the celebration, according to Stanford University's Martin Luther King Jr. Research and Education Institute. Rothschild delivered the convocation at the dinner. Remember, they're friends, touted as the largest interracial gathering the city had ever seen. And yet they say that the Rothschilds actually sponsored abortion in order to eliminate Black babies. But okay, they're friends. The evening ended with the crowd singing, "We shall overcome," the civil rights movement anthem. We shall overcome someday. If in my heart, no, deep in my heart, I do believe. I'm not a singer. We shall overcome someday. How empowering of a song that is. They sang it, the civil rights movement anthem. I think that was a real turning point in the history of the city, said Bloomberg. Most Atlanta people didn't understand how important that would be. And I'm just going to leave you there. I just wanted to show you that picture with Martin Luther King and a Rothschild, who is one of the bloodline families that's a part of the Triangle of Power. And I'm not an Illuminati. Whenever I do this, people say, "Oh, she's Illuminati. We knew it." You got what the triangle looks like. The Triangle of Power was a triangle that the white hats of the military, or the military people that are tearing down the deep state and the New World Order powers in order to restore the republic. They told us and brought to our attention that the white hats of military, that the Triangle of Power was the power that they had to take down. That was George Soros, the what do you call the Arab Empire, the Saudi Empire, and then the Rothschild family, Rothschild and the bloodline family. That was the Triangle of Power. They let us know when they took down Soros. They let us know when they took down what's his name, the what I call it, that empire, the Saudi Empire. And then they said the last one was the Rothschild family, the bloodline family that had a part of the Federal Reserve banking system that had something to do with the United States Incorporated, the fake government. So why are he and King friends? What do you think, Mr. Lattimore?
Oh, because they're both high degree Masons, and there's nothing wrong with necessarily being a Mason. Masons have a degree of knowledge that we don't have, that most, the regular day people just, they don't come across. They teach more than what you get taught in college.
Yeah.
And so it's great to get the knowledge. It's like, I'd love to get the knowledge, but it's a brotherhood, and you have rules, and you better obey those rules. And there's a hierarchy, and there's people in charge, and that guy, the guy who's over to the left, is the guy in charge, and that guy over to the right is the subject, and they're both Masons in the same organizations, probably, and that's why they're even close to each other, touching hands.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that to our audience's attention. And I don't know, people get all emotional and excited, and they weep, and they get happy about Martin Luther King. They say he did a great job. To this day, I don't know what this great work is that he's done. Now, I don't want to upset anybody. I don't want to incite any riots or make anybody mad at me. I don't know what the great work is that he's done, but I'll tell you what he said out of his own mouth. I fear I may have integrated my people into a burning house. That's what he said in one of his speeches. What do you think he meant by
that? Hey, everybody, I'm giving you some poetic words to tell you right before I'm getting killed, because I know, not me, but him, he's saying right before his execution, hey, I helped with your genocide, and you're going to have some problems from here on out. Here's just, if you can decode this poem or this riddle that I just gave you, then perhaps you can work your way out of the genocide.
And oh, this is a good sentence. Integration certainly did not serve us well. Wow. In our haste to be separate, we overlook the validity of equality, even if separate. We wanted to eat at other people's establishments, shop where they shop, swim where they swam, attend their schools, paid for with our tax dollars. We wanted freedom and validation and to unconditionally belong to the nation that we built. I get it. So it goes on. It just goes on to talk about that. But and it talks about what integration did for us. And I don't see that integration actually helped people classified as Black. As a matter of fact, we don't have our own schools anymore. We don't have our own hospitals anymore. We don't have our own businesses anymore. We don't have our own banks anymore. We don't really even have community. We have neighborhoods, but we don't have community. And there's a big difference with that. And who was that? The man that came up with, wrote the book, Powernomics. What's his name? Claude Anderson.
Yes.
Claude Anderson.
Dr. Claude Anderson, yes.
There's a difference between communities and neighborhoods. A neighborhood is where you live, and that's it. A community is the same area in which you live, and you own the establishments around you. You own the stores, the banks, the schools, the hospitals. That, my dears, is community. We don't have that anymore. And I dare to say that the whole civil rights movement, whereas some people say it was helpful, actually helped with our demise. And I think that's what Michael Luther King meant when he said, I fear I've led my people into a burning house or integrated burning house.
Yeah. And I want to add to that. And so, okay, I'm an American. They call us Black people, but Black people just means that we're a people of no land and no nation. That's so. I'll get back.
Yeah.
I've said this before. People will come from 10,000 miles away, 10,000 miles away, come here to America and be like, "Where's all the Americans?"
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll be like, "Hey, I'm an American." Like, no, you are a Black people. Like, man, who are you? Okay, but anyway. So I'm an American, and so the discussion with Martin Luther King, whenever what happens, and I say they, it's the proverbial they, right? So whenever the group of people that are in charge, not the whole group of Europeans, I think that the whole group of Europeans are actually, they kind of got stuck here. Like that, I don't even think that was an intentional thing. I think we can go into that, but the ones that are in charge, the ones who knows what's going on, most Europeans don't even know what's going on. The ones who knows what's going on, who is actually in charge of everything. Okay, so they have us talking about, they put us in a box of conversation that has nothing to do with what we need to, that totally takes us off of what we need to be discussing. What we need to be discussing, okay, what the box is, right, is, hey, should we integrate or should we segregate? Should we integrate or should we segregate? That's what we need to discuss. One of them has to, no. What we need to discuss is there was an invasion, a full-scale invasion. That's the real situation. Not whether we should integrate. So, this whole Dr. Luther King, whoever he is, and whoever else that was talking against him about, it's a stupid conversation. Hey, we should not be talking about that at all. Who cares about integration, segregation, any of those things? There was a full-scale invasion. That's the issue. That's the issue. So if we were going to talk about something, it would be, okay, what are we going to do from this point on? Are we going to all live here in the same space? Which isn't I'm just saying, these are what the real decisions are, is not about integrate, is not about whatever Martin Luther King was talking about. His everything about him was a distraction. The issue is not even should we create a government within a government? What the hell is that? This is my land. So I mean, it's just it's stupid conversations. And but the thing is, I think that the vast majority of the Europeans who were brought here, they didn't come necessarily by choice. The vast majority of people who were brought here and left here. And then they couldn't get back to wherever they came from. But that was part of the invasion, is that you just take your whole population, you put them over there, And then you as the military, you take the military and you go and you kill off the people, but you have your population in there, and now there's conflict because there's two different people, and now you bring more people than there is even native to the land. You outnumber them 3 million to 50 million, 300 million, 300 million to 50 million. You outnumber them in that, and then you take a whole bunch of people who look kind of like them from Africa, and then you bring enough of them to where you outnumber them. Then you take these mixed people who are called Mexicans, and you bring them from South America, where they already had brought the Europeans over there, and they mixed together, and now they look a different color. You bring them over, and you outnumber. Do you know that we are as the indigenous people, we are not. So the Europeans are the first group, the first largest group of people. The Mexicans are the second largest group of people, and then it's the Americans, the North Americans. That's the issue. Yes, the people they call black people. That's the issue. And now, what do we do? What do we do without sounding like, mean or something? Like that's the real conversation. And I don't know how to have the conversation.
Yeah,
I'm talking, but nobody's talking back to me. So I don't know how to have the conversation. But whatever Martin Luther King was talking about, it's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I didn't see the purpose of having children marching in the front lines with adults getting attacked by dogs and shot and all that, all because you wanted to share a school and an ice cream counter with somebody that didn't want you there anyway. And that is considering that everything that we saw was actually real. Now, I do believe there was a civil rights movement. I do believe that, people got involved, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know how many of those people were actually FBI agents, Freemasons, high-level Masons that did certain things, staged certain things, had all these marches in order to cause division amongst the people. I don't know.
Oh, another, talking about division amongst the people. Okay, so in the higher levels, the people who know what's going on, because most of us don't even know. Like, I don't even know what all is going on that the highest people are doing. Right. I know a little bit more than some of the people on my level, but the masses. Okay, so there's the masses, and then there's that upper tier of the people who's actually in control. Now, the upper tier of the people that are in control are a mixture of Europeans, Americans, Africans. So we could say a mixture of, since I'm going to use the word, white people and black people, and they're working to keep us all they're working to kill us. That's what they're doing. We could say a whole bunch of other words, but they're working to kill us. And then so they're working together. And I also heard that at some point, the black people on the masses of black people, the Americans, the indigenous Americans, the mass of black people and the mass of white people who are here, the Europeans that are here in America, that we started working together, and that the group up top, the black people and the white people up top that are ruling us, had to break that unity up. And that I don't know that we should or shouldn't. I think that we to some degree we should work together. But I'm just saying there's something to it that they want to make sure that we're always at odds with each other. It doesn't make any sense. And then if we really want to, I could say so much like the truth, but the truth is people don't like it, but it's this thing they say this is. I can keep going on. Okay, they say, the color. They say that we're colored or we're melanated. Like we came from a state of not having melanin, and then we got melanin. We're melanated. No, we're not melanated. We are the natural state. And then some people have albinism. As a matter of fact, there's nations of people with albinisms. There are nations of albinized people. And that's okay, but that's the situation. And so, and why would we be at odds with each other just because of the biological difference? Just because I have melanin, you don't have melanin, everything's just mixed up. You're calling me a black person, I'm calling you a white person. No, I'm not. No, you're not. No, the truth is what I just said. Some people have albinism, some people don't have albinism. and that eventually we're going to mix up and look like me. No matter what happens in about 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, it doesn't matter how long you put it out. Eventually, everybody's going to look like this because this is the natural state, which is okay. It's okay to have a variety. I know people with albinism that started off as what they call a black person. Their parents were black, and they have albinism. Great people, but you don't. They shouldn't be mistreated. The nation of people who have albinism shouldn't be mistreated. The people who don't have albinism shouldn't be mistreated. But then instead of using biological terms, we're going to use all these trickery terms like I'm melanated, like I've come from a state of albinism into a state of not having albinism. It's not true. You see the ED part of it, or that I'm a black person. If you look up all those definitions of black, I think I've showed it to you before, where there's I don't know if it's 30, 40 different bad definitions, negative definitions.
You did.
Like the worst things that you could possibly, all the worst words are the definition of black. Okay, so now instead of just talking about what the truth is, biology, genetics, we're going to make it into all this artsy words of destruction. So all that to say, if we understand what's actually going on, then we might be able to work together to stop the group of people who are at the top from murdering us, because that's what they're doing. And then I could go on into that, but it relates to everything else that's going on, because this is the root of everything. And you can almost say this to every discussion. I don't want to say this at every discussion, but if I talk long enough, I just might say it. So I'm going to quit. I want to shut my mouth for a sec.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Like you said, it would benefit us to work together, because the true enemy are the people at the top that's orchestrating everything. They're pulling the strings. They're causing these race wars. They're pitting us against each other when they view us all as slaves. They are, in my opinion, they view us all as worthless entities. They make us all, get loans, use credit, what else? Pay taxes. I mean, anything you could think of. It to me, they just want you and me and all of our brothers and sisters, everybody on the planet, to be at odds with each other, so we can't see who the real enemy is.
They make it to where none of us on our side, or on the side that the people who have come from Europe, the white people or the black people, they make it to where none of us are able to reproduce it sufficiently to replace ourselves. Whether it's encouraging us to get abortions and telling us this is the correct thing, and people will come and fight you. They'll talk bad about you if you say something about, hey, I think that people should live. They'll encourage us to get abortions, to where more people don't make it into the earth than do make it to the earth that should have made it. So there's that. There's that they don't allow us to make enough. They decide what has value and what doesn't have value, and then they don't give us enough of the things they call currency, right? The money. They don't give us enough money to actually be able to raise a child, to give birth to a child. And then they have us working so long that we couldn't spend enough time with our child if we wanted to. And then they make it to where all these different things where they're going to get our child hooked on drugs, or with these silly, stupid music videos and stupid artists that are out, and then encourage our children to start having illicit sex, and indiscriminate sex with a whole bunch of different people, and then end up and then go into pornography and go into prostitution, and then they're going to kidnap the children, and they're doing this to all of us is the point. And it's not just my side, it's not just your side or their side. We're in general, we're all the same people. One thing I like about Buddhism when I was studying with the Vietnamese Buddhists, the Vietnamese, what do you call them? The Vietnamese monk.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time with him, and he would have me stay in the temple when nobody else, it was just me and him, and we would talk, and he would tell me, all Buddha is one Buddha. And I was like, man, what are you talking about? He's like, I didn't say it quite like that, but I was like, man, you know, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. He was like, no, all Buddha is one Buddha. Like we're all the same people, and it comes, we have to be the same people. We're able to mate with each other. We have come from the same small group of, or big group, or whatever. We all started as a group of people, the same group of people.
Okay.
Eventually, one day, we might become this all looking alike with small variances. One day. But as it is right now, I have Japanese, here I go with my, I have white friends. I have white friends, I have European friends, I have Japanese friends, I have Arab friends, I have African friends, I have South American friends, I have American friends. I even have the people who call themselves Native Americans. I have friends with them. I have, you know, we can still get along and be cordial with each other. And we just might be able to work together to stop the destruction of all of our families and all of our people.
So the Buddha was actually telling you that we all come from one source. Is that what he was saying?
The monk, yeah, he was saying, so what he was saying is every person is a Buddha. Every person has the potentiality to come to that higher state of awareness and become what people call a Buddha, but every person is already the Buddha, right? And then but every person is one person. All people are one person. All people are one people.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the concept.
That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. I was talking to a group of people on Facebook. You know, I put out posts about that incident that happened in Alabama that they're calling the brawl. And they were saying, you should be happy that we had that incident because it united us. And so I asked this one particular lady, and united us to do what exactly? And she showed me a video of a gentleman saying that because of the brawl, these guys all smoke weed together and they drank together when they ordinarily wouldn't do that. They ordinarily wouldn't smoke and drink together, but now they're partying together, and some of them are Crips and some of them are Bloods, and I should be happy about that. And so I want to ask you, if something truly unites you, what should it be uniting you to do? Should it be uniting you to smoke weed and get high together? Or I'm just asking, or is there some other thing that, in other words, what's your response to that?
So I disagree that we should come together to smoke marijuana, drink alcohol, or engage in any other drugs or activity that would be ill-advised.
Okay.
So if something's uniting us, again with this, the ancestors came down and encouraged them to encourage us to, no. If we're coming together to do something, then we have to come together to make some type of progress as a group of people. Not that, I seen my neighbor and I've done that before. I've smoked with my neighbor before, and I thought that was a good thing to do. I was like, you know what? We're building some camaraderie. We're going to solve some problems. I was nice to him. He was nice to me. We're being all calm and, and all that, and the peace pipe and all that. But there was no real brotherhood in that. At the end, I like them and everything. I like the people I've smoked with, but they didn't see me. Now, let's see. To some degree, it does help when you're maneuvering around the neighborhood and you want people to look out for you. I understand that, but the point is that but at the same time, if he catches you off guard, it didn't make him your brother, Like it didn't mean I need to trust them anymore. But anyway, when the marijuana smoke, the alcohol drinking, it alters the mind, and it does it in a negative sense. And I mean, why does it? It does need to be explained, because a lot of people will say, "Well, I said, why shouldn't I smoke marijuana? Because all these other stars and influencers and teachers and doctors are telling me that marijuana is a good thing to do." You know, and so all the people, all the celebrities said that this is what I should be doing. And then I realized that, hey, I knew it at the beginning that this isn't helping me get anything accomplished. But then I tried to think, perhaps, maybe it's making me make mistakes, and those mistakes are going to be like, I have to make a mistake to do something better. And then after a while, I started thinking, what type of stupid thinking is that? Like, that's all you do is make mistakes with marijuana. You lose your keys. You pull out too much. I pulled out too much money one time, and I was like, what the fuck? What? Excuse my language. I've done things with marijuana. It's like, this didn't help me at all. Somebody asked me.
I think it was propaganda telling people you should smoke. It's gonna make you feel better. Go ahead. Somebody asked.
Or even drinking alcohol. The point is, no, you don't go do something that's bad and illicit and it's going to kill you. Don't help the person die. That's not a good reason to come together.
And so this whole thing about the ancestors coming down to help us beat up Caucasians and get on Facebook and laugh about it. I wonder, did it bring unity? Did it restore anybody's family? Did you start a business? Did you employ anybody? Did it help you to build generational wealth? I mean, where is this assistance and this unity people keep talking about? Because the only unity I see is people uniting to joke and crack and make, have fun. That's what I see.
Yeah, it's just pure entertainment. Yeah. That was it. That's the only thing you can gather from that is it's entertainment. Now, the negative effect, and I'm wondering about this, why do they want this to happen? So I walk past Europeans ever since this, whatever they call it, the thing that happened in Alabama. I walk past Europeans and white people, whatever you want me to call them. I walk past white people and you'll just see in their face that like they just look down. Like I mean, not look downward, but they look like, oh man, we took an L, or oh man, they just look like I don't know how you explain it, but it's just like
yeah, go ahead.
It just like they all seem like they're down and like a little bit depressed. Oh my God, this made you depressed? But yeah, but why? What is the point of making the masses of Europeans in America depressed? What's the point? Are we all going to get some money for it, or are we all going to? The Americans are going to be free now, and we can have our own land back? Is that what it? No. What does it mean? We saw 8 people get beat up because those 8 people did do the wrong thing and start beating up on somebody. 8 people got fought back. That. I mean, I don't know. I just wonder, what is the point of making all these Europeans so upset? Because what's probably going to happen is now you get all these Europeans upset, right? And now one of the males are going to be upset, either young, old, whatever he is. He's upset. He's and he has the means to harm somebody. And then so what is he going to do? He's going to go harm somebody and do it in secret. Go harm somebody, and then you don't know who does it. But what is the point of it? What came out of it? What were we supposed to gain from this? What's the new perspective? No, are you going around fighting everybody now? No, you're not. Are you going around dismantling the occupying force that's here? The force that we call the military here, the army? Are we dismantling the foreign army that's here? No, we're not. Are we dismantling what they call the U.S., the foreign government that's here? Oh no, we're not doing that. So what was the United to do? What? No, it was entertainment. Everybody laughed because it's WWEF or whichever it is.
Thank you for your commentary. Good point. People want to chime in about the alcohol. My sister Michelle, hello sister, says they call alcohol spirits for a reason. People change in their behavior. They do things they wouldn't necessarily do. And it begs the question whether or not spirits or forces actually enter your body when you're drinking. Somebody wanted to tell me today that the Bible says you can drink and you're misguided. I said, I never said you can or cannot drink. I said, I don't understand how you're telling me a group of gangbangers sitting aside, joking and shooting the breeze, laughing about this issue while they're smoking marijuana and drinking is some benevolent thing that I should be happy about. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. And your auntie Adrian said marijuana is medicine, so if you don't need it, it will. So if you do not need it, it will have the forgetfulness side effect. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. No one should be relying on the government to raise their children. Your thoughts, Mr. Lattimore? No one should rely on the government? Oh, you're thinking something. What are you thinking?
It's an unfortunate situation that everybody's in.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about, thinking about. Yeah. All right. We've been on for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. Are there any thoughts that you want to leave the people with? Is there anything that you want to put on our hearts and our minds?
We're all on this planet together. We're already here. I would love to hear somebody, cam up or see somebody cam up and talk to us. Say what their thoughts are also.
Is anybody here that wants to put on the camera? I'll send you a link if you want to join the conversation and talk to us about what you think about what's going on in the world, whether it's about the brawl, what's going on with politics, what's going on with the gold standard, or, in the financial system, anything. While we're waiting, Douglas, let me see. I want to make sure we covered everything because I did take notes. Oh, here's something people don't want to talk about that I make them mad when I say this. Keep that same energy when you wanted to fight the man when a gangbanger comes in your neighborhood and deletes somebody's child. Keep that same energy when a drug dealer is selling drugs to somebody's mother. Because what I see is that we celebrate beating up white people. We celebrate doing something to get back to the man, but we don't have that same energy when it comes to getting rid of the adversary who looks like us. We don't have that same energy and vigilance when it comes to telling those people who selling drugs to somebody's mother and somebody's child. We don't bum rush their house and beat them up and tell them to stop. We don't tell the people who's shooting. I come from Louisville, Kentucky, so I saw it so much that it was heartbreaking. All these people wanted to be mad about George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and I get it. And emotionally charged, they want to tear up their whole neighborhood. But you did not break into the drug dealer's house. You know who he is. Everybody knows who he is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's true. It's actually it's so sad. What a lot of American men are doing. I mean, a lot of the American people are doing, a lot of black men are doing, a lot of black people, what they're doing. The black men going around murdering people. Like, how fucking dare they? How fucking dare they? They deserve death. But nobody's giving it to them.
Right. And nobody's stopping them. They know where they live. They know who they are. Do you remember that time our whole family almost got hurt because we actually were neighborhood watch and we didn't just let stuff happen in our neighborhood?
Yeah.
They saw They watch people murder people. They know who the drug dealers are. This is crazy to me. But you won't do anything to stop it. You won't tell on anybody. Oh, I'm not a snitch. Oh, okay. But let a white cop do something to a black man. All of a sudden, you're gonna snitch real hard. But you can't snitch on that person that's deleting people in your community. It's gotten so bad where I come from that it used to be a code where they will only fight each other. The gangbangers will only fight each other. Drug dealers will only fight each other. Now they're deleting children. They're deleting women in a broad daylight, and nobody was speaking about it.
Yeah, in the daylight, people see it. People see it. And we know who it is. Mm-hmm. People know who it is. We can point them out, but nobody will stop them. Nobody will even stop them. And okay, so they're usually the same ones who are pimping out our women, and all these men who are all these celebrities and YouTube speakers and personalities that are talking about, hey, I'm a pimp. Like, how fucking dare they? Real talk. Like, that's murder. That leads to murder. That is murder. They need to be dealt with. All these men who are pimping our women, it is, if you talk to some of those prostitutes, if you find out what's actually happening with them, those so-called pimps, those ones who are whoring out our women, the ones who are have our women in sex slaves, trafficking our women, those are also the murderers. They're also the ones that are dealing illicit drugs, the real hard drugs, the heroin, the crack cocaine, and the such, and they're giving it to those prostitutes and having those prostitutes to sell for them, and people will see those drug dealers go and start killing people, and then those drug dealers' associates go and start killing people. Drug dealers, those drug dealers are also the pimps. They're often the same people, not always, but they're often the same people, and they're also the murderers, and they need to be dealt with, like for real. And but then, like you said, okay, we're going to celebrate that a bunch of a few Europeans, 3 of them being women, eight people in total that weren't armed, got hit and not harmed that much. They weren't armed. They got hit a little bit, and that's the celebration. Like, and God brought us together to do that shit, but didn't bring you together to stop the murderer
in your own community. Didn't bring you together to stop the people from selling drugs. Oh, the ancestors couldn't help you do that, right? The ancestors couldn't help you create businesses so that our people can have jobs. The ancestors didn't inspire you to start a school so that your children don't have to be indoctrinated at a Rothschild funded school or a Soros funded school. The ancestors did not empower you to do anything that would support and help and build up your people, but the ancestors empowered you to go beat up a group of Caucasian people. Give me a break.
Right.
A break.
And a small group of them. Like, what are you doing? What is this even about? What are y'all talking about, man? This is people getting on Facebook trying to, cussing at me and getting smart aleck with me and being disrespectful because I had a question about what happened in Alabama. Like, I don't care what you know. Excuse me.
No. It's mind-boggling when I saw even like people that I have like high level respect for, like, preachers and ministers, and people can take a break and laugh and joke, but when they just kept going on and on and on, like, yeah, the ancestors, they inspired us, we knocked that, we whooped that tail, we did that, and I was like, is this what we've come to? We're really going to glorify. I mean, okay, maybe you had a laugh or two, but I don't get it. Maybe because I'm older, I'm serious, but I just don't understand it. I don't understand how this is something to celebrate.
I wanted to I just want to throw a little shade on the guy who calls himself Tariq Nasheed, who is involved in this situation, pumping this situation up and spreading it around and everything. So we thought that he was going to be our help, but he tells us not to vote. He says that, you know, no, he's not telling us to start our own government. He's not telling us to run our own candidates. He's telling us stay in this government, stay in the position, the same power dynamic that we're in, and just don't vote at all.
Mm-hmm.
He's not an idiot. He acts like an idiot. No, he is some type of paid agent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's some type of paid agent.
As are most of them, like that brother Polite. Yeah, he was a paid agent telling everybody to practice polygyny, which I don't have a problem with polygyny, but he was a paid agent that ended up tricking people, stealing their money, and getting arrested. I actually saw a trial where they were indicting him. So a lot of these people that's online, acting like they're the savior and they got all the answers for so-called Black people and how we need to, come together and work together under their umbrella. They're paid agents, they're felons, a lot of them are, and they trick women. If I could tell the story, like about a famous person, a YouTube person that everybody talks about that's going to start a school and how much they love him and how he's all for the people. Listen, if I could talk about all these men and how they've tried to do certain things to me, this woman, that woman, and of course, people gonna say men will be men, but all I'm saying, all these people acting benevolent online, trust me, they gutter Negroes that take your money and haven't done anything of significance with that money that I can see.
Mm-hmm. And I come from the perspective of a man, knowing that men do men stuff, right? But at the same time, I don't stand for what these guys are doing. All those people that call themselves the conscious, whatever that is, the conscious community leaders, again, they're all felons. A good portion of them are felons, murderers of Americans, so-called Black people, paid agents, high Masons or some level Mason, which is okay to have Masonic knowledge.
Yeah.
But they're in the same organization of the people who are oppressing us. And I'm not saying the people as in the nation of people who are oppressing us. I'm saying the group of people who are oppressing us, the people who are at the top who are killing everybody, or whatever the censored word we can use for that, that's harming everybody. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, they're in that same group, that same organization. All this to say that I don't like a good portion of them. All those so-called conscious community folk, not the end. I'm talking about those men leaders. They were brought here, I think, to deceive us and to lead us astray. But I mean, that's a conversation.
Yeah. So why not lead yourself? Honestly, why not? This is a conversation that a lot of people don't like having, Douglas, and that's the restoration of the family. Why not use this energy that, talking about white people hating white people, wanting to fight them, saying the ancestors gave you the strength to beat them up? Why not call on the ancestors to help you to keep your marriage together, to keep my marriage together? Why not use this energy to choose the right partner, to build some wealth for your children? You know what I'm saying? But people don't like to talk about marriage and family. We get really, really offended when you start talking about community building. And we all know that a strong society is built upon strong communities, which is built upon strong families. But whenever you get online talking about how you want a strong family and you want this type of wife and that type of virtuous wife, a wife that, can I say it?
Yeah. Excuse me. Yes.
My eldest son, for those that are just joining in. Whenever Mr. Lattimore gets online or he tells any of the people outwardly, I would like to have a wife. I would like to have a virgin. I would like to have a woman that knows how to take care of her husband, that's around this age. He gets attacked by what I call old biddies, ladies who typically are up in age, have had their share of sex partners, maybe a whole bunch of kids, and he wants a woman with no children. Whenever a man like him stands up and says that, then he gets attacked. But then these same people will say, where are the strong men? Where are the good men? Where are the men with morals, values, and principles? Where are the men that wants to build family? Where are the men that want to protect women? Where are the men that believe in saving our race? They exist. They're just against you deleting your own child, supporting these Rothschild institutions. They exist. They just don't believe that if they would get with you, that you'll take care of their legacy because you support abortion and the liberal agenda. They don't want you, some of you women, because you support men turning into women, and they don't know what you're going to teach their sons. Are you going to try to teach their son to be a woman and their daughter to be a man? Am I speaking?
Yes.
So I'm getting off topic a little bit. But all I'm saying is good, strong men do exist, and I raised them. So to that, I want to say thank you so much, Brother Douglas. I know you asked somebody to come on, and this gentleman said he'll come on, but he hasn't given me his email address.
I thought they could like just click the link or something if you put it in the. I don't really know how that works. If you put it in the chat, they should be able to just click the link and like it populates or something like that.
So I don't know. I don't know how that works. Okay, so when you invite, I can copy this.
Mm-hmm.
And then put it in the chat. Thank you, Sister Michelle. Okay.
No, I've never actually done the function myself, but I'm pretty sure that's how people are doing it.
If you're still here, Victor, you said you'll join. That's the link. Okay, so I kind of got off the topic because that's something that our people that look like me don't like to talk about is the restoration of the family. They don't like to talk about preserving our children's lives and not participating in abortion. As I see it, a lot of us we support the liberal agenda. You know, and we're easily emotionally charged. We focus on, to me, the wrong things. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say on the topic of family and what I want as what I want for my family and what most men want is that we want a wife, we want children, we want our wife not to have had several sex partners. We don't want our wife to have future sex partners. We would love a virgin. You know, we would prefer that our wife is not wanting to abort our. Come on now. I mean, it's just like simple things, you know. Just be agreeable.
Yeah.
Just be agreeable. Just be agreeable, and it's not even that difficult.
What type of pushback do you get as a man that say these are the things that I want from a woman?
They basically tell me, how dare I want something? How dare I want the women I want? And it's usually women who are out of the age range of what I'm looking for. I've dated women of different age ranges, you know, higher age than I am myself. But that I'm not going to marry somebody older than myself. Or even at my same age. I'm trying to have children. Why would I have, at my age, a woman at my age having a child is called a geriatric pregnancy.
Wow.
High risk to the woman and to the child, high risk of death. No, that's not how I want to start off my family. I want to start off my family with somebody who hasn't had children yet, so that I can have as many children as I'd like to have, who hasn't had a lot of sexual partners yet, because no man wants it. I could go into the statistics about a good portion of most of them. When a woman has several sex partners, it leads to divorce. The more sex partners, the more likelihood for divorce. If you have no sex partners at the time you get married, that's the most likely that you're going to stay married to that man. And women, divorced men, of all the divorces, women are, they initiate 80% of the divorces, 70 to 80% of the divorces. And when we account for women who are college educated, it's 90%. They 90% of the divorces are initiated by the women who are educated.
Okay.
Yeah, well, when I say educated, it's college educated. Excuse me, it's college educated. But what do you learn in college? What do you learn in college? You learn that men and women aren't actually men and women. Actually, a woman can have a penis, and a man can have a vagina. New information. and intersectionality. You know, yeah, I'm a woman. I'm a black woman. Come on. You know, it's just. I'm a black woman homosexual, right? That's like 3 intersectionalities. Yeah, it's not the correct. It's intersection, whatever they. It's stupid. I'm saying that the whole concept is stupidity. And then what did they learn? What you really need to know is how to read well, understand facts about the world, understand some math. And you know, understand there's a lot in college that does help you, you know, but what do they learn? They learn women's studies, women and gender studies, which means that, hey, I'm going to teach you the opposite of what actually is. Let me teach you that biology actually does not work the same way that it's worked for all of life history, all of the history of the everything. It doesn't work that way anymore. In fact, there was feminine creatures and male creatures, or female creatures and male creatures, but now no, they're not male and female anymore. My dog, actually, my dog with a vagina, Kiumbwa, she identifies as a male, as a male tiger. Yeah, because she went to college, because my wife went to college and learned that the dog has some choices and doesn't have to be a female dog anymore. And I don't mean a pun on that, but don't have to be a female pit bull, and now can be a male tiger. You know, like just stupid shit. Excuse me. So anyway,
be yourself.
I'm rambling on, but we just want regular stuff. You know, just a young woman who's not having sex with everybody and who is agreeable. Just a nice woman. Just be nice. That's all I ask. So what is the pushback? What is the pushback? How dare you? Are you a virgin? How old are you? I don't like you. How you gonna say that her parents should be married? Why should her parents be married? Are you? What does that have to do with anything? Oh my!
You want a woman, hopefully, that came from intact family. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, it's like, and the women who are giving me all this, cussing at me, calling me out on my name, being extremely disrespectful, the highest level of disrespect, they're usually the women who are over 35. It's usually at least 30 and over, but 35 and over are about 60 pounds overweight, have had several children. And those are the women who are arguing, like, but you're not even who I was trying to, you know, I'm not even trying to marry that person. Not that I have a problem with them. I love women. I love women. When women get older, they get like more beautiful. I'm so serious that it's like they come into like they're fully grown. They fully grow. All their features are finally done, forming into what they're going to be, and they're beautiful. And I love them at that age, but I can't have children at that age. You know, so I mean, being practical, being real, I have to have what I've preference.
One woman told you, I think it was either you or your brother, when the government stopped, was it you? If you can pay me more than the government, then I'll listen to you. Something like that. Yeah, I get more.
I don't know. They might have said that. I ended up just blocking them. Block you. But no, they might have said that to my brother too.
Yeah. When a man could pay me more than the government, then that's when I'll get married. And I was like, oh my God, you're just proving the point. Go ahead.
No. They started saying stuff like that, talking about I need to be a rich man. but saying it real rude and mean, and then saying I need to be rich. And then that whole line of, oh, well, when you can pay me more than what I can do this and that, then I'll obey, or then I'll be submissive. I'm like, I put a Facebook post up. You know, I wasn't really, I didn't ask you to.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
You know, I just, you know, sometimes I just put stuff up because I feel like putting something up on my page. And, you know, I don't really care. I mean, people can have their thoughts, but do you need to tell me what your thoughts are? Not all the time.
Yeah.
You know, not all the time.
Yeah.
Not, and especially if you're trying to, no, particularly, you can tell me your thoughts. I'm okay with that. But trying to be disrespectful to me because I said the woman I'm looking for, I want a woman who is submissive, or a woman who follows my lead, to come in, and then a list of women coming to tell me, you know, their thoughts about how they don't need to be submissive to me, but I wasn't talking to them. Mm-hmm. You know, I wasn't asking them to marry me. As a matter of fact, I don't want to marry them.
Let me ask you this: why is it important for a man to have an agreeable woman? Because I hear men, particularly even in our community, what you call Black Moorish community, indigenous community, men in our community say, "Hey, we want a woman that will cooperate with us," and some people translate that as submissive or yielding. But the women get violently angry when you say that. Can you tell me why that's important to a man to want a cooperative or a so-called submissive woman?
Because in every relationship, in every interaction, that's a relationship. In every interaction, there is a dominant person and there is a submissive person. Mm-hmm. There is somebody who is the leader and there is somebody who is the follower. Okay. In all interactions, that's what they call things pecking orders. That all the animals do it. Everything that lives does this. There's a captain of a ship, right? There's a captain of a ship. There's a pilot of a plane, or that's also a ship. You know, spaceship. There's a pilot of a plane. Yeah. There's a captain of a team. There's the lead person at your job. You have the team lead. You have the manager. You have the supervisor. You have the what is the other one? The employer. The employee. There's always
employee.
The employee is under all those people.
Oh, okay. Employer. Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You have the president of a company. The president of a company, the president of a corporate of a country. Okay. There's always going to be the dynamic of leader follower.
Okay.
Or dominant submissive. And if you are in a house together, somebody has to take the role of the dominant and somebody has to take the role of the submissive person in that relationship or that entity or that interaction. We can't both be the leader.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense. We don't have 5 presidents, do we?
No.
We don't have 5 team captains, do we? No. On all the leadership positions. Right. Yes, we have. There is a leader. So then somebody has to do it. So it's going to be me or her. And yes, some people can have the relationship with her, but with me, it's me. Right. I'm the leader. I'm the leader of my house. So why does a man have to have leadership position? One, because somebody has to be in the position. Okay. Somebody's going to take it, right?
Right.
Well, the man is the one who is going to be the protector. The man is the one that's going to make sure everybody stays alive. When you don't have a woman when you have a woman who decides to do the opposite of what you say, it can lead to the death of her and or the whole family or individuals within that family. Okay. Let's talk. Okay, like in the army. If as the as the sergeant or whoever the lead person is in the army or the military force is going to go on some type of campaign, right? We're going out to do army stuff, war stuff, right? And now all my underlings decide, hey, that's not the leader anymore. We're all the leader. That army is going to fail. I mean, they're all going to go off into different directions.
Yeah.
And then what's going to happen? Oh, you stepped too soon. Now they see us. What are you doing? Hey, I told you to stop. I don't have to listen to you. You have to listen to me. Everybody's going to be destroyed. So no, somebody does have to listen. Somebody does have to do the direction given. And then so who is it going to be? It should be the person who is in charge of your safety. The man is in charge of your safety. No, women are not the fighters. No matter what women talk about being so good of a fighter. No, they are not the fighters. Women are not the fighters. The men are the fighters, and they're the ones who give the protection and give other provisions of safety. It's the same thing as protection. But the point is, you don't have a woman who's out of control or a woman who doesn't listen to you, because it will cause the destruction of your family.
I got it. Thank you. So Sister Tanya wants to know what we think about the passport brothers.
Oh, men are going to go find sex wherever they can find sex. I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on that. I do have thoughts on it, right? But men are going to have sex wherever they're can go find sex. And actually, women are going to go around and go find sex today in society, are going to go and find sex wherever they want to have sex. And guess what? Women will have more sex partners than any man could possibly have. Any man, a woman sitting in your neighborhood can have more sex partners than any passport bro in the world. So, I mean, what do I think about them? I think that they're having a hard time finding sex partners, and even more so, they're having a hard time finding mates in the country of their origin. And so that they go to other countries that are poorer countries, and they use their money to impress the women over there because they're a little more easily impressionable. And then you're able to have sexual relations with them. Now, also, when you go to these other countries, the women are nice. That's the main thing. More than I got some money and the women want my money. No, they're just not. They're nice.
You traveled,
and men wanted, huh?
You traveled the world, so speak on it.
Oh yeah. And so I mean, in this country, the women are just not nice. They're not very nice people. I wish the women were nicer. And, I mean, just in general, just be a nice person. Just be a. But yeah, you go to other countries, and no. Excuse me. Let me first say, I prefer our women here in America over any woman anywhere. But I would say that you go to these other countries, and they treat you well. They act like they know a woman has a vagina and a man has a penis. They're not going to tell you that they're going to divorce you. They're not. That's not what they're talking about. They actually, before they talk about they'll have sex with you, right? But you have to do a whole bunch of you still have to talk to them like you have to talk to a woman. If I'm talking, I don't know if I'm talking to men but you still have to talk to them, right? You still have to do all the rounds of everything in order to have sex. But before you can even get to the sex, they're talking about marriage. They want to marry you. They don't want to just have, illicit sex, have a whole bunch of sex partners. So why do what's up with the passport bros, or whatever you want to call it, men who go to other countries to find sex partners, or more importantly, go to find mates? They're going out there because the women are more agreeable, and the women, I can sum it up, and the women are more agreeable, but they're less likely to kill your children. Excuse me, people don't like that. They're less likely to abort children or support other women aborting children. They're less likely to cuss at you and call you out of your name. They're more likely to be friendly to your parents and actually seek your parents' approval. They're more likely to be married, have come from a married family themselves. They're more likely to make you show them for sure that you want to marry them, that you're not just going out and, to a different country to just go pick up anybody. Yeah, we do have a lot of power as American people going out to other countries. But no, they want you to prove, hey, I know that you are a foreigner, that you are traveling over here, and that you can have sex with a lot of people because that you are a traveler. I know that. I've come across travelers. This is what the women are. I've talked to a lot of them. I know that you are a traveler. No, you have to show me. You have to prove to me that you aren't just do you really like me? Are you here just for having sex? Are you going to just come here, have sex with me, and then leave in a week, and I never see you again? They're concerned about that. So I mean, they have morals that men prefer women to have. We don't want a woman who just is going to go sleep with somebody just because they came up into your country, because the Navy guy moored upon your shore, or the military personnel landed in a field close to you, or the traveler came and came up onto your resort that's next to your house, just a couple miles from your house. No, we don't want whores. We don't want prostitutes. We want women who are just not having sex with a bunch of men. That's you can sum it up with, the women aren't having so many sex partners, and they're more agreeable.
Yeah, you spoke about how they want you to have a relationship with your parents, and they want to have a relationship with their parents, and they seek your parents' advice, talking about women in other cultures and in different countries. That was something that I admired with the women in the countries in which we've traveled. If any of my sons were interested in any of the ladies, they made sure I was okay. They did everything they could to please me, and it was genuine. It was things you can sense. They respected me as the elder. They love their elders. They have this reverence for elders, and they want to be a part of your whole family. It's not just about you and them. I love that about some of the women in other cultures. Yeah,
I do too.
They would wash. They don't just wash their men's clothes. They take care of the elders, the mothers, the mother-in-law. They would wash my clothes, their mother's clothes, make sure we had something to eat, make sure we were okay. And if any of my sons, if they were dating or I'm going to marry somebody, had a disagreement, the women would come to me, mom, mother, how should I handle this situation? So agreeable, so sweet, so pleasant, so humble. It is the most beautiful sight, honestly.
Oh, and the way they treat, oh man, I've had women treat me really well over there in different countries. I've had, and I don't abuse the position I have. It's just, hey, I'm with this particular woman, and she treats me really nice. She treats me really well. She cooks for me every morning. She cooks for me in the afternoons or the evenings, whichever. Then I would give her a break so I just go. I need to travel. I still need to go and do what I need to do. I want to go eat outside. Don't cook for me right now. They get mad at me because I didn't come to eat. They get, hey, but I prepared this food. But I told you didn't have to prepare the food. I was going to go. No, but I prepared the food because I wanted to do this for you. This is what I do. And no, don't go eat over there. Well, this family offered me to eat with them. This is how people here are. They offer me to eat with them. No. I cooked for you. Why would you go eat somebody else's food when I cooked for you? Just and like some of them will wait on you in ways that it's like, wow, you're just so nice. I'm trying to think of the word. It's not even adorable. It's like wow, like it's not, and yeah, it's like serving you, but it's not like there's some type of slave. No, that's not what the dynamic is. It's just, yeah, men go out to other country to find women who are feminine. And of course, okay, I do say that women are feminine, men are masculine. Men are not feminine. Women are not masculine, right? No. Man, penis, masculine. Woman, feminine, vagina, right? But I'm saying the women over there don't intentionally try to act like men. Over here, they're trying to act like men.
What's that mean?
It's hard to say. Just wild and crazy, and just do yell and have sex with a whole goddamn so many people, and be mean to you and nasty and cuss at you and disrespect your family and play loud music and come out of their cars yelling and shaking their ass and then showing everything on all the social media, and won't cook for you, said they can't cook, tell you that you can't want a woman to act like a woman. I don't know. They're not really acting like men. I don't know how they're acting. It's just it's not cool.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a better word for that, but and not every woman acts like that. But it's that's why people go out of the country, to get women that act like women.
And I wanted to just leave a caveat too, because we're really close. I'm very close to my children. They tell me things. What I love about the way that their father and I raised them is that you don't have sex with everybody. So these women that were proving themselves to be women, they weren't even sleeping with them. And so this was like profound to me, that these women, I'm proving to you that I'm worthy enough for you to marry me. And yet we're not having sex because they want to be married. And yeah, there is some appeal for them being American, but I actually know a lot of American men that went to different countries and stayed there because they're afraid that if they bring their wife to America, that the wife would like want to divorce them or change, and I've actually seen that happen too, where the women come here and they say, oh, my husband said he doesn't want me to marry. He doesn't want me to work, and he can afford to take care of me. But I was talking to my girlfriends and they said I should work. So then they go to work and then they develop this strong, independent attitude. And now, they're disagreeable to their husbands. They don't want to come home and cook. I mean, it's craziness what I see going on nowadays. But I just wanted to say that the women that I saw, that you stayed, like you would stay with whole families. You wouldn't just stay with a woman. You would stay with a family. So you weren't having sex with these women. The family was taking.
No, not the families. I wouldn't have sex with their daughters. I wouldn't do that. The families I was with.
Right. What did somebody say? Lord, I pray. Hi, Aunt Andre. You pray. Got the hat, t-shirt, and custom ring mug. Oh, you must mean of the bra. Is that it? Or are you talking about what we're talking about? You're funny. Sister Michelle says that her husband and father taught her how easy it is, how easy good men are to get along with. Most men are really easy to love, she says. And the sister who asked you the question about the passport, brother, says gratitude for answering her question. She appreciates it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so that was just an aside. I wanted to get on the topic of marriage because I know that you are looking for a wife, but you do have qualifications, certain things that you want in a wife. And you've gotten a lot of pushback for speaking that out loud. Yet a lot of things you say that you desire is what I hear men from all races say they desire. And that's the thing. It's like women have changed, but men have not changed in terms of what they need. And if we're going to get back to building communities and building families and restoring hope in the family, building generational wealth, then we're going to have to figure out how we can get along so that we can even mate. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I want to be with an American woman. I will go to a different country and get a wife from another country. I sure will. But what I prefer is a woman from my nation that looks like me right here. That's what I prefer. And she has to be agreeable. I want her from here, but she has to be what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Brother Andre said, no, he meant this topic.
Oh, yeah.
Lord, I pray. See, all men that I know say they want the same thing. Got the hat, t-shirt, and custom ring. Men say they want virgins. Women get angry if a man said they want a virgin or woman with a low body count. But here's the thing. Women grant access to sex. Men actually are the ones that grant access to relationship. They're the ones who propose for marriage. But it's the woman outside of grape that, that grants access to a man's access to her yoni space. So it's important for you as a woman to know that men don't want to marry a woman who's had a lot of men in their yoni spaces, because number one, men are possessive. This is what I hear from men. Number two, usually if you have a lot of sex partners, then you had a lot of relationships. Some women have a lot of trauma. You got to deal with all those disappointments that you've had. You got all these different energies in your body, and most men don't want to deal with that. It's really a simple answer, right? Simple.
It is. Yeah. And why would a woman argue? If I said, I even at one point I said something about, I just said I want to marry a virgin. That's what I said, and I put it on Facebook. But sometimes I forget that everybody wants to weigh in on whatever you put on, but it's the internet, right? But whatever. It's my page. But the rules, they allow everybody to come and comment and say whatever they want. Okay, but I said that I want a virgin, right? Mm-hmm. And then that got like one of the biggest posts that I've ever made was I said I want a virgin, and they were like, well, how dare you want a virgin? Like, how are you talking about? Like, what are they saying? Like, how dare you not want to prostitute a woman who's had a whole bunch of, she should at least have 10 sex partners before she gets with you. Oh my God. Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you encouraging your daughter to have a bunch of sex partners? Is that what you're telling me? That you don't want your daughter to be a virgin before she gets married? Is that how many sex partners do you want your daughter to have before she gets married? Do you want your daughter to get married? Just because they chose to have a bunch of sex partners, the longer you live, the more sex you'll probably have, right? But okay. But that was your choice. You didn't get married, or you got married, you got divorced, but you probably just didn't get married, and you just probably had a whole bunch of sex partners. And, that's what they chose to do. That is okay. But if I want somebody who has not had a bunch of sex partners, what does that have to do with anybody else? I'm talking about somebody I'm marrying. I'm not saying every woman I have sex with from now on, I want them to be a virgin. That's, I don't want to make a whole bunch of virgins not virgins. That's not what I'm about. That's not even what people go around doing. No. Women grant access to sex. Yes, they choose. They say I want. And then who are they choosing? They're choosing a small percentage of the men to have sex with. So these women are having a whole bunch of sex with a few people, and then they're going to tell me that I have to pick from one of them who's had over 20 sex partners. No, I don't. I can choose whoever the hell I want to choose, and I don't even want to cuss. I can choose whoever I want to choose, and I want a woman who has had few to no sex partners as a marriage partner. If I'm just talking about having sex with somebody, even that, I really don't want to have sex with the ex-prostitute. I don't. But I mean, if that's what's happening, or if she's had so many sex partners that, gosh, I mean, yeah, I mean, if I need to have sex, but if I'm talking about marrying, right? Am I getting off topic? No. I want a virgin. And why would somebody tell me that I can't have a woman who hasn't had several sex partners? What type of shit is that? Like, for real, where are they even coming from with this?
Michelle says, speak, nephew. Michelle's been married for many years. I think maybe almost 30 or 30 some years. She has 2 sons, 2 beautiful sons, handsome sons. And I know one of them is married. I don't know about the other. And what I love about reading her posts is she's always talking about loving her husband and marriage. And sharing the things that they've done. And not necessarily like in a braggadocious way, like, look at me, but I just love that she's even sharing her experience, because I think that we have glorified single parenthood so much that married women feel like they don't have a voice. So to hear married women speak about loving their husband, serving their husband, cooking for their husband, buying their husband, a gift on his birthday, I think it's so heartwarming and refreshing. I appreciate that. And every time I see her say something about, being married, it's her anniversary, it's something that they've done as a family, I tell her, thank you so much. It gives people hope, and it's refreshing when you're not hearing about, oh, I'm a struggling single mother. And I get it, because I've struggled before. And when your dad and I were separated, I was a single mother. There's no glory in that. There is no glory in struggling as a single mother. I don't get it. It wasn't easy for you. It wasn't easy for dad. It wasn't easy for any of our children. It wasn't easy for me. It didn't become better until he and I actually decided we too grown to be acting silly. We need to sit down, have a conversation, and correct our mistakes for the sake of our family. And still the damage had been done. You know what I'm saying? But still, y'all had to suffer and deal with the separation. I'm not going to say, but, because we have to give an account for the decisions that we made. Hopefully it wasn't too late, us trying to get things together, that we didn't do too much damage. You know what I'm saying? But there's no glory in being separated from your husband. None. I don't see the glory. Struggling, trying to figure out how you're going to pay bills. Now you're open as a woman, and you're likely to have other sex partners. And let me tell you, women get upset when men say this, but I feel it in my soul. I got to be careful how I say this. The way a man looks at a woman is, your value is not any better than the man that you chose to marry and or procreate with. So why is it that once we procreate with children, we think, oh, I'll just leave him and go get somebody else and get somebody else better? No, a man's going to look at you and say, that was your baby's father? Okay, then that's who you need to be with. Oh, but okay, it can't work out. All right, why do you expect me to give more to you and your child than you required of your own child's father? Am I right?
Yes. Now, I've dealt with women who have children, as far as I've dated women with children, but I don't want to marry women with children, because I don't want to be that child's father, because I'm not that child's father. Mm-hmm. And no man thinks that they're the child's father. Nobody thinks that they're the father of a child that's not his. And so, I mean, it is that you chose the man that you chose. You should probably stay with that man. That's more than likely that's the best it's going to get, because you can't just jump from marriage to marriage and think that the marriages are going to get progressively better, because men still fundamentally want what we want. We still want to start fresh for the most part in marriage. Now, yeah, you can. If I were to have more than one wife, I would certainly consider having my first wife a virgin and having the children, and having another wife in some time who is older than that and does have children. That is a possibility. Mm-hmm. I probably won't have a woman with children, but that is a possibility. That is a strong possibility. Mm-hmm. But innately, do I want to be with a woman with children? No, because I'm not the child's father. Mm-hmm. I'm just not. And I when I was with the woman with children, I liked the kid, the child. I treated the child well. I didn't mistreat the child. Mm-hmm. But at no point did I think that, oh, look at him, he kind of looks like me. Nah, he's not my child. Mm. So just people should be realistic. Try to get married and stay married to that person. That's what we should be striving to do. And then marriages build families, and an intact family is an intact marriage. Mm. An intact marriage is an intact family. Okay. So, and if you get divorced, it's going to be harder to marry somebody else. When you marry somebody else, there's high likelihood of divorcing that person, the statistics say. And then even so, now you still have to deal with, okay, but now I have children and I'm going to another man, whether I was married or not. And so that's a situation. But would I marry a woman with children? Yes, there's a possibility. Would I marry a woman who is older than the first age range that I'm looking to marry? The very first woman, that age range, would I marry somebody at a higher age range at a different time? Very possibly, yes. More than likely, yes. Yes. But the point being, your question as to are women only going to be, is women's better, is it the best option for a woman to stay with the man that she had babies with or was married with, or is that the highest man that she's going to get?
Yes, that's what I was
more than likely. Yes, yes, ma'am, I did hear it. But more than likely, yes, more than likely. Yeah, I think I'm just going to keep repeating that.
Yeah, because most men really don't want to take care of another man's child. And I know women don't like to hear that. But if you ask a man, you know, if you take a poll of men, take a poll of 10, 20, 100 men, the majority of them would say, no, it's not our nature to want to take care of another man's seed. Whether that's right or wrong, to me, is irrelevant. It is what it is. And I think if women are looking for a husband or looking to be married, they need to find out what it is that men like. And so you get a lot of women that made mistakes in their youth who are now, you know, above a certain age saying that there are no good men. Yes, there are good men. They just don't want women who have made some of the decisions that we've made. I mean, that's not a bad thing. You know, a lot of women want the smart man like you, a man with good morals, principles, and integrity, a strong man, a warrior that makes decent money, that comes from a good family, but they need to do the things that it takes to earn that type of man. That type of man like you want a woman who's been a good steward of her womb. I mean, it's like common sense. We knew this growing up. I was a virgin when I married your dad. I mean, because we just knew that that's what you were supposed to be. And I'm not saying that you have to be. I'm saying that was the culture. And the women were actually trained and taught to take care of a man, and not only take care of a man, but take care of your man. So when I was young, the women in the community saw that your dad and I had eyes for each other. So they started real early. We were teenagers. They were like, no sex until marriage, number one. Number two, Douglas, you got to buy a house. You remember the house we lived in. I had a 3-bedroom house. I was like 19. Your dad bought me. She got to have a house. Kia, no sex before that. I already knew how to cook. They made sure I knew how to cook. My grandmother made sure I knew how to cook. And they said, this is what Douglas likes. From the time I was a young woman, this is what he likes. This is the food he likes. This is how you please him. This is what he needs. And it's something I don't see happening today. And people will tell you when I tell stories like that, oh, that don't mean the man will not cheat. That don't mean you won't have problems. No, it doesn't mean that. But what it does mean is that you have the best options for being able to choose the right man or be chosen by a man that will provide for you and protect you and give you good, strong, healthy children. That's all I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And for women, I'm not a woman, but I can tell you what a man prefers. It seems pretty. I mean, maybe it's difficult, maybe because I'm not a woman. I don't know, but really, it's in the things that you do, but a lot of it's the things that you choose not to do. Mm. So just don't accept the sexual advances of these men. As you're growing up, the women get sexual advances from the time they hit their period, or sometimes earlier. But by the time they hit their period, or and then from then on, they're getting advances from men or males in general. I'm not men of a certain. I'm talking about males. You start getting sexual interest and asked to have sex. But if you could hold off until you find somebody that you're trying to get married with, you'd have a higher likelihood of one getting married and then getting married to the particular caliber of men that you're looking for, and also staying married. And then so it's the things that you don't do. It's not accepting the sexual advances, not actually having sex, not doing drugs, right? You know, or you know, not that that's a real big problem, but it's starting to become a problem. Yeah. Not being obscene. You know, there's and really it comes down to just don't have a bunch of sexual partners, and you'll probably find the person you're looking for.
Yeah, and another thing is know what men want and desire. Men are not impressed with our education. I can say that as an educated woman. I know men are not impressed that you have a master's degree or a doctorate. They might say that's nice, and they might think, oh, that's good for you. But a lot of us women spend so much time in career and education that we miss the prime years where men are really looking for you. Yeah, those prime childbearing years is when typically men want. And I'm speaking in general terms right here. But if you are so focused on career and working and getting that bag and earning money and getting this college education, then you're not focused on doing what it takes to get married in your earlier years. So then I see a lot of women, a lot of us will be 35, 40, 50, talking about where are all the good men? I can't find them. And that's because he doesn't want or not even desire or impressed by a woman that's got a whole bunch of college degrees that's making six figures. I mean, if he finds you marriageable, that's nice. But I'm saying as a whole, by the time you're 35, 40, you might give him one child. Most men want more than one child. So particularly in like I can come from our community, what I recall, and you know, I went to college, so what I saw was a lot of Asian women, Hispanic women, Caucasian women. They get married in their early 20s, and you're a tailor, so you saw that when you were making clothes and you know, doing bridal dresses. You saw that women in other cultures, they use their time and energy to learn how to be a wife and to find a husband early. We trying to get education and jobs.
Some of them before they're 18, or at least, or right after 18, or early, very, very 20. You know, like those other the Europeans, there's like, you know, different. I don't know if you call them ethnicities of European. There's like different nationalities of Europeans. And they're all on the same thought path, and the Mexicans and anybody who's not a Black American, right? They're all getting married. They're all getting married young, and they seem very happy. You should. Well, okay. So like you said, I'm a tailor, right? And so I wanted to. I don't like wearing other people's clothes. It irritates me. I don't like it, right? So I decided I'm going to learn some of this tailoring, and I'm going to get some people I'm going to teach people, and I'm going to get people who know how to do it, and I'm going to form a company, and we're going to make clothes. But before I can do that, I'm going to have to be a tailor at a company and learn how this business works. So I'm over at Davis Bridal, and And so I'm doing the dresses for all the brides. I'm doing the fittings. I'm doing the sewing and the the talking with the brides, because you can't be in there and not talk to them, right? So you have to talk to them, like just generally decent people, you know, nice, happy, smiling, and young, and getting married. You know, that's the gist of it. And by the time they came to me, you know, none of them were that Godzilla bride thing or whatever you see on TV. Bridezilla. Yeah. Okay. So none of them was the TV brides. They were all by the time they got to me, they were excited. They weren't crying. They already did all the emotions before they got to me, when the salespeople helped them choose a dress and all that. They go through all the emotions on the floor. And then once they come back to me and the rest of the tailors and seamstresses, then now they're happy. They pick the dress they want. Hey, we're about to make the dress look even better. And then they, you know, tell me about how they met this person and they're just so happy that they're getting married, and like I said, they're young, and they're getting married at young ages, and happy about it. Like I said, some of them, was she under 18 or was she just 18? And she was like, not it seemed like she was under 18. She was like super young. She was or not super young, but somewhere between 16 and 18. And she was getting married to a young guy who was also young, which I don't know if that's completely advised to get married to a man your age at 16, 18. I don't know, maybe, but it is good for the woman to marry in a younger age. I don't know which, but she was somewhere around that age, 16, 18 something. And she was getting married, and I was just, I didn't say anything, out of the ordinary. I was just, doing my job. Her mom's there. It might have been her and her mom to be the mom-in-law, and I didn't see whoever the husband was to be. But we're just all, and it's usually the women come with their mothers or their mothers-in-laws, and they're just, just conversating, just, and this particular person was like, yeah, I told my parents I wanted to get married while I'm young. We're in love. We're in love, and we want to be together. And she told me that her parents had been together. They got married when they were young, and they had been together somewhere between 20 and 50 years. It was a number that was high enough. Yeah, it was high enough for it to have been out of the ordinary. It might have been 50 years, somewhere around there, but I know it was more than 20.
Wow.
And they were just, and I was like, oh, and they started young too. And they're okay with you starting young. Okay. And you're telling me you want to start young so that you can be like your parents. And, and this is the man, you're just going to just stay with this one man. Okay. That's a decent concept, Yeah.
It's beautiful. Before Andre goes to bed, I want to ask, he has a question. First of all, he said, this is excellent. It's nearly 4:00 in South Africa, but he's feeling empowered, Doug.
Nice.
And so here's his question. If you will, briefly discuss female siblings dabbling in the male siblings relationships, including continuous communication after a breakup.
Uh-oh. I don't want to say it.
I'm currently dealing with this, and it's hurtful.
I don't want to say it.
I'm open for correction if I'm wrong for feeling this way. He says, help a brother out, Doug.
I can't control women, You can't really control women. You can advise them, but people are going to do what people are going to do. Should your sibling, should your sister be involved in your relationship with your wife? To the most extent, no. No. You should introduce your wife to your sister and to your parents and everything. This is me, right? You asked me a question, so I'm telling you, it's probably not a good idea, because what is she going to tell them? Is your sister married? Now, what is a single woman going to tell a married woman? What advice is a single woman going to give to a married woman? Probably some advice that single women, she's going to say, hey, you should do some of the stuff that I'm doing, right? What advice am I going to give you? Stuff that I'm doing. What is the advice a single woman's going to give to a married woman? The advice that the single woman's doing. She's going to say, hey, behave like me. This is how I behave, and this is how I remain single. This is how I'm not married currently. And that's probably what she's going to tell your wife. In some way, form, or fashion, yeah, that's probably what she's going to tell your wife. So what I would say, right, is just you can't control women. I don't know what you should do on that one.
Well, he said the married one is the messy one. I guess that's his sister.
Okay. So remember, there's a leader and there's a follower. In every contact, there's going to be a leader, a follower, a dominant, a submissive, and often you hear that as a masculine and a feminine. Dominant male, masculine, submissive feminine female, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want? It's hard for me to say. It's hard for me to say. The main thing is you lead your wife, you lead your family. Don't allow other people to lead you. Don't allow anybody else to lead your family. If your wife wants some advice, outside advice, not that you can really force her to do much anything, right? But if your wife wants some outside advice, you should probably get her around some older married women, and maybe your mother, maybe somebody who's not directly related to you, but probably someone who's close to you and cares about you. And because women talk to women, you definitely don't want her to go around talking to other men and getting advice. That's stupid. Don't do nothing like that. But get her around older women, and but once the contact has already been established between your sister, and your wife, I mean, what are you going to do to break that up? I don't think that there's any real thing that you can do to stop that. Mm-hmm. At most, you can just advise your wife as to how much contact she should have with whomever she should be in contact with. And then I would be a little more proactive and just put her in the face of a bunch of older married women.
Mm-hmm. Because like you said, you can't control women, especially in this day and age. It's kind of hard to even advise women. I don't know how we've gotten so far away from where we used to be, where you used to be able to advise women. But somebody on Rumble commented that they feel like this generation is too far gone. The women are acting like men and the men are acting like women. And they were just saying this, they almost feel hopeless.
I think that, that's how it can be too far gone if the current people who are in charge of the world remain in charge of the world. They're the ones who make sure that it's too far. It seems like everything's so bad. They made it all bad. They made it bad because it's whoever is in charge makes the rules, right? So yes. What you have to do is put the correct people in charge. Put people who want life to thrive. People who care about life. Put them in charge. And then what they'll do is they'll create laws that make people more moral. Because if you, again, with the options, right? If you give the option to be moral and you give the option to be immoral, a lot of people are going to choose the other option because there's two options. You take away one of those options, you make laws where, hey, the law is, no, you got to do X, Y, and Z, and we don't permit all these other things that lead to destruction. So the main thing is the leaders need to change. What do you call it? A regime change.
Oh, yes.
A regime change. I said that in one of my videos, and that particular word, that phrase, regime change, that's the only silenced part. So I just wanted to say it. I wonder if they'll cut it out. Yeah. I was just running my mouth, blah blah blah. I said regime change, and you just see my mouth moving, and the playback and they're like, nah, not that word, not that phrase.
What do you say were you gonna say something?
Mm-mm.
Oh, first of all, Andre said right on. I know it's a tricky topic, but I do appreciate the answer. Thank you, he says.
Yes, sir.
What do you say to the women who say, I would be feminine to the right man? I would be agreeable and yielding to the right man. But most of y'all aren't right. So I'm going to continue to be who I am. But I'll do it for the right one. If I find a masculine man, I'm going to be feminine. What do you say about that?
That they're not telling the truth. And that the person is who they are. They're going to do whatever they're currently doing.
Yes. I would say that too. People generally don't change. They are who they are. And when you're a marriage age, and particularly if you're beyond 30, just because you meet a masculine man or a male provider doesn't mean you're going to change your attitude and your philosophy on life and the way you move as a woman. So femininity is not something that you just pick up. it is something that you're actually reared into. I mean, you can learn, you know, as a woman, but typically you're either feminine or you're not. And as a man, you've probably dealt with, you know, both types of women, and you can see the difference clearly. And you probably would steer away from a woman who would say something like that. I will only choose, you know, a certain man if I could be. I don't even know what type of man they're looking for. If I'll be feminine, if I meet the right man, I don't even really know what that means. But
I think they heard other people say it. It's one of those, I heard a phrase, and this is the phrase I'm going to repeat. Okay. It wasn't an original thought. So they're just repeating the phrase. Okay. But no, if a now you asked a question as to what can you remember what the question was in regards to that particular attitude or somebody making that phrase statement?
What do you say to women who say, I'll be feminine to the right man, or I'll be feminine to a man that's masculine? I'll be feminine or yielding or submissive to the right man.
And did you ask me if would I deal with somebody like that? Yes. No, maybe you didn't. Did you?
Yeah. Would you deal with somebody who had that attitude?
No, I wouldn't. And why wouldn't I? I mean, well, okay. If I'm having sexual relations, then I'm gonna have sexual relations with a woman who doesn't meet all my criteria of marriage. You know. But if we're talking about being in a relationship, something that's probably leading towards marriage, I could say something about that too. But then what would I say? Then no, it's a bad idea. You don't get with somebody who's oppositional. Someone who says, I'm masculine when I need to be masculine, and I'm feminine when I need to be feminine. I'll be feminine if you're really, really masculine. No, that just means she's an oppositional woman, and that she's going to argue with you and so-called debate with you, and then raise her voice while you're talking, and then start cussing, and then threaten to do X, Y, and Z. No, I already know what's going to happen. Well, what? No, I'm not going to deal with that woman.
And I forgot what you said. You said I'm gonna talk about that, but I don't remember what it was.
Oh, just in general, you know, I have like philosophies, and then I have things that I kind of do, and so I try to make my philosophies and the things I do kind of match up, right? Okay, so relationships make no sense. Either you're getting married or you're not. I'm dating is the thing I'm saying, not relationships. Dating makes no sense. It is of no benefit to the woman. It benefits the man because he gets to have sex, and men want to have sex, but it does not benefit the woman because she's less likely to be able to have a marriage at any point. The more these dates that you're having of these sex partners is lessening the likelihood of that woman getting married, and or once she gets married, being able to stay married. And if she can't stay married, then it's destroying the family, and it's going to hurt the children and the family. So then what is the most ideal situation is that we don't have dates. We don't have dating. A dating culture is only marriage. Where we are meeting with each other to see if we are going to get married, not that we're having sexual intercourse. Like I said, I have my philosophies and I have the things that I do, and I try to make them come into, you know, alignment and stuff. But no, it makes more sense that we don't have a whole bunch of dating partners.
We call it
like the Muslims.
We call it courtship. We call it courtship. Yes. You don't date, court for marriage.
Yes. And while you're courting for marriage, you aren't having sex, because that's dating.
You said like the Muslims.
Like the Muslims, they do it well, or the Indians, the East Indians. Like I remember I met an East Indian guy who was telling me that that his parents have arranged a marriage for him, and that the marriage was good, but he didn't know the woman. He actually only got to met the woman like once for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and they got to ask each other some questions. But the parents had already set up, you're going to marry this particular woman. She's pretty enough. She comes from a decent family, and I'm going to show you her picture. Okay, yeah, you think she's pretty? Oh, well, she comes from a family. She's probably going to do well, do things that are good for you. They're telling the woman whatever they're telling the woman. I don't know. I didn't talk to the woman, but they're probably telling her something similar. They come and they meet. They only speak for some time. They aren't having sexual relationships. It's within the eyesight of other people, and then they go about their way. The families come together. This family comes together and says, okay, what did you think? That family comes together and says, what do you think? It kind of matters what you think, but we're bringing y'all all together, and then y'all come together and you're getting married. and it was a interesting, decent practice, and it worked for him.
And he was happy.
He was married, happy. Yes.
Yeah, in those cultures, they don't marry who they love. They love who they marry. You get married and you fall in love. I have friends who are Iranians and Indian females, Iranians and Indians, and it was really baffling. I love asking them questions, but they told me, "Oh, my parents arranged for me to get married, so I got married." And another woman was like, "I'm getting married," and I would ask them, "So how do you feel about that?" "Oh, I trust my father. Oh, I trust my mother. I trust my parents with all my heart. Doesn't matter if I know them or not, if I know the person or not. Oh, I'm just so happy that I'm getting married." And I'm like, wow, we do not have that culture, here in America. But yeah, they don't go out on dates. No, you meet who you're going to marry. You might meet them a few minutes before or on another day, but you don't really get to spend time with them until you actually say, "I do." And it seems to work. They have a very low divorce rate.
Right. I could do it. I sure could. As long as she's a pretty woman, she's agreeable. My parents met their parents and said, "Hey, this is a decent family. This is where they come from. This is what their family does. She's been reported to behave well. And this is the person I want you to marry." I meet her. "Hey, yeah, you are pretty. Hey, we seem to work out in these few minutes." Yeah, I could do that. I really could. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
I sure could.
Yeah. So, we've talked about a lot. We talked about marriage. We talked about community. Hold on. We talked about race relations. We talked about how we all came from source and we need to work together. We have covered a wide range of topics, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this. And I want to invite you back to my show. I think when I hear you talk, I think, wow, you sound like your dad. And he and I did a great job raising you. And not just what we put in you, but what you have learned on your own as a man is really impressive. And I pray that the ancestors, God Almighty, and the angels will send you a very beautiful, loving, cooperative, agreeable wife who will give you lots of babies so I can have lots of grandchildren soon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Andre said, "Father and mother knows best." And Tanya said, "Facts." Thank you, Sister Tanya. So, is there anything else we need to talk about, Mr. Lattimore?
I think we covered a nice wide range of topics, like you mentioned before. Was there anything else I wanted to say?
Andre said, "You're a wise man."
I appreciate it.
I wanted to ask you, and this is something I want to do a whole show on, and I maybe we can conclude with this. We've talked about femininity. Why is masculinity important? Can you speak on the importance of masculinity? Because I keep hearing people say, "Oh, you're a toxic male. That's toxic masculinity." And I'm like, do those two words even go together? If a man stands up, if he speaks out, if he says he wants something and he likes something a certain way, he's toxic. So maybe women don't understand or understand what masculinity is. Can you give your thoughts on masculinity and why we need it?
Yes. So again, I say man, penis, masculine.
Okay.
Male, penis, masculine.
I have to get some tissue.
Female, vagina, feminine. And so a man is masculine. Now, a man can behave in a way that men don't behave. Men can attempt to behave like a woman, or, you know, look at a woman and try to do the things that she does. But a man is masculine. So you need men, because if you would like life to continue, then you're actually going to need the male and the female. Just like if you want any flower to continue, you're not going to kill the male flowers. That'd be kind of stupid, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would be stupid. It would be stupid to kill the male flowers, or the male trees, or the male lions, or the male fish, or the male birds, because then they wouldn't exist anymore. None of them, the males or the females, wouldn't exist. Men are masculine. Males are masculine. Okay, so then why do you need what people call masculinity? Why do you need that? Or what, I guess you could define, or what would the definition, what are some of the terms that people are referring to when they're talking about masculinity? They're probably talking about dominating, being domineering. They're probably talking about giving directions. They're probably talking about speaking directly and somewhat brassly, aggressively. They're probably talking about aggression. They're probably talking about violence. They're probably talking. These are some of the terms that they're probably meaning when they say masculine. And actually, I would say the same thing. That's what masculine. That's what a man is. That's what males are. All those terms are attributed to what a man is, or to a man. And so, why do you need it? Because you need to get stuff done, and that's what men are here to do. We're here to get stuff done. We're here to not talk around in circles, or we're, excuse me, but we're here to force, to stop force. We're here to protect. We're here to kill. We are here to do things that females don't do.
Okay.
So why do you need a male? Because you want to live. Why do you need masculinity? Because you would like to live. That's why. Because you want life to continue on Earth. And if you want life to continue on Earth, then you need masculinity. And I don't even know what a toxic masculinity is. And people are silly when they say certain terms. No, food is toxic, right? You can eat certain foods, and there's like a toxin in your body, and then it's a poison. Toxin, poison. Masculinity is not poison. These things don't. It's not the same. It's you're putting the wrong word, the wrong adjective to the subject. That doesn't make sense. Masculine can't be toxic. We are what we are. Yes, it is aggressive. Yeah. Do you know there's something in me that wants to just, like, I'm not doing it yet, but like real fast, like I could just right here. I'm not doing it, but I want to do something, like, yeah. You need stuff like that. You need the real aggression. You need the aggression. You need the hey, we're going to make sure this gets done. You need the direction.
The discipline.
The discipline. You need what people are calling masculine. You need it, because you know what? Reality is not a fairy tale. Everything doesn't happen. It's not one of those. It's not one of those. People have the concept of heaven, right? Like a fairy tale type thing, like bubbles and clouds and stuff, and we and like everything it's just so nice, and like nobody dies, and like trees don't fall on us and stuff, and lions don't eat us and stuff. But since we don't live in that particular fantasy, or that non-reality, we need the males in this reality, because we want to continue to live, and men are necessary. We can stop the trees from falling. We can stop the lions from eating us. We can stop the invading forces that are coming to kill the people. We can stop them.
Mm.
We can protect you. And then the most important thing is, how in the world are you going to continue to have children if you don't have a man?
Mm. Absolutely. Very well stated. Yeah, I think this concept of, toxic masculinity is something that people have heard. And like you said before, just perpetuate what they hear. And I think that's something that the deep state or people in power has put out there, toxic masculinity, so that they can try to make men feel ashamed for being a man. But all they do when they do, men aren't going to stop being men. What they're doing is they're making women think that men are supposed to be like us, and making women think that if a man gives us direction, he's being controlling. If a man wants us to be submissive or yielding, then that means he's toxic. And all they're doing really is setting us up to not be chosen by a man for marriage. They tell you to hate the man and to think that a man's not supposed to be a man. Okay, well, he's just not going to choose you. He's going to go, like one of our sisters asked about the passport, bro. He's going to go into another community, or he might go to another country to find a woman who's going to be agreeable. Sister Emma Hadu said, amen, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Brother Andre said there's a fine line between the natural laws of existence and egotistical constructs. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what egotistical constructs mean.
I can't say for sure exactly what he means, but if I can elaborate on what I think he means, is so you'll hear a lot of men say that we created this society to be civil, but men had a very big part in making everybody civil, everybody peaceful. Of course, we use force to do it, but we made sure that everybody's peaceful, and this is the construct. If I have, I'm not sure exactly what he's referring to, but it could be that, hey, we made this nice environment of not having impending doom at our doorstep at every moment.
Yeah.
But natural law is impending doom at our doorsteps at every moment. But perhaps he could elaborate.
Brother Andre, I was just wanting some clarification on that, or clarity. Some women would say, if you don't want a woman that's had a whole bunch of sex partners, then why are men having sex with these women that they don't want to marry?
Because men want to have sex. And because the women said that they could have sex with them.
Okay.
That's why. And who's going to say that they can have sex with them? The one who's having a bunch of sex?
They used to tell us when I was growing up, keep your legs closed. And the man, if you keep your legs closed, the man knows he has to marry you. And if everybody in the community keep their legs closed, there's nobody for the man to have sex with. If he wants to marry you, if he wants to have sex with you, he has to get married. And this is what we saw happen in our community. There wasn't a whole bunch of people to jump from.
Right.
Because the women had standards, and the old ladies made sure we did. So men are having a lot of sex because women are allowing it. And yes, the onus is on the woman because we're the ones who grant access to our bodies. We grant access to sex. If you don't want the man having a bunch of sex, then we keep our legs closed. To me, I grew up in a certain era, it makes sense to me. I don't understand why it's so complicated. If everybody keep their legs closed, the man's not going to have sex. Men want to have sex. They're different from us. And that's another thing. People don't understand that men and women are just different. They're so hard pressed, or just want everybody to be the same and everybody to be equal, to the extent that we don't understand one another. Men like to participate, in sex. I mean, women like it too, but this is something, men are conquerors. They they have a whole lot of what do you call it? Sperm.
Sperm. Yeah.
They just want to get it off or have a whole lot of sex. And if you want that to be controlled, then don't grant them access to sex, especially not without a ring, not without marriage, not without commitment. That used to be common sense for us. It just boggles my mind that people don't seem to get that. They don't get it until you're like 35 and 40. And what men are saying is, now you want to marry me? Now you want to require that I woo you and take you out and make 6 figures and buy a house, but you didn't even demand that of all these men you had sex with and none of your baby's fathers. And women get upset about that.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me.
I can't say what women are thinking, but I can say the music is a huge problem. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I'm just thinking about some of the women I hear what they're playing in the cars. It's like, are you serious? Is that what I have to hear because you're hearing it? And is that what you're really listening to? Like, for real? Like, of course, then you're doing it. If this is what you're listening to, this is what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I don't even have to engage in it with you. I don't even have to see who's walking into your house. I can hear your music. I know what you're doing. But it's the music that a big part of it's the music, the TV shows, and the people in charge. It's the people in charge that's causing all these problems.
Causing all the confusion.
All the confusion, trying to get women to have so many sex partners that men don't want to marry them.
Wow.
And then the college teaching people stupid stuff, like people going to college and then learning the opposite of what reality is. There's good in college, but that's not what the people who are in charge want us to get stupid once we get to college. What are we even talking about?
When I tell you, because I work at the university, so that was my line of work. And when I tell you the things I saw people do, and I would be like, why would you even send your daughter away where she's young? Some of them, have had sex already, but now she's vulnerable. She's drinking. She's being ran through. She's going to Black Greek fraternity parties, white Greek fraternity parties. She's free. She can do the same thing as men could do. And I'm looking around like, I cannot believe people just release their daughters to college.
Yeah. The sex party.
Yeah. So, I'm a college educated woman. My daughter's a college educated woman. I get it. But I'm saying, I don't think we really knew what was going on in college. That's why I'm glad y'all all went to the college that I worked at. I can't even imagine sending my children away.
Yeah, the women were available. That's what they in college. They're available, and they live right next to, my dorm, your dorm. We walk through the hallways together
in the same dorm room, in the same building.
Like, what did we do? What did you think was going to happen? I mean, yeah. Oh man, I don't know about sending my daughter off to college. I'm gonna have to create my own college, create a women's college, and then send my daughter to that, because I already know what they're doing over in college. I know what they're doing. And hell no, I don't want my daughter participating in that. It ain't even about learning nothing. They ain't talking about learning nothing. They ain't learning something to do what? To do what? To save the world? To do what? But no, I can get my daughter a lot of education and put her in an all women's college, and I make the college. I can do that. But none of this stuff, I already know what they're doing out there.
The feminism, they teach you that you can equal to a man, you can work, you can earn as much money as a man, and then the intersectionality, you're a Black woman and you could be Black woman and gay, and everybody has to agree with your lifestyle. If it's, whether it's something your family has trained you to be this way or not, they have to do it. And if they don't, then you need to report them. And I was in student affairs. They would tell us as the directors of departments and counselors, If a student comes to you and tell you anything about their life, of course, you can't tell a parent. If a student is failing, even if the parent is paying for the college education, you can't tell a parent. If a student is pregnant, if a student is having a bunch of sex partners, and I've seen women do things like be sold at an auction at a Black fraternity party. They put the women on the front of the stage and she's walking around. These are 17, 18-year-old girls at these Black fraternity parties talking about, oh, I'll bid on her. I'll bid on, and I'm sitting up there like I'm a student affairs director. I'm like, no, we can't allow this on campus. What's going on? And the other counselors are like, no, this is a part of, they're what they call them, extracurricular activity, and they're supposed to help in their development, and it's harmless. It's harmless to sell women across a stage to the Q dogs. Like, I felt like I was in a Twilight Zone. And these are young girls, and I said, like, brothers, this is not cool. And I pulled the young ladies aside, and I was like, there's nothing good about this. They're bidding on you to see who amongst them is going to have sex with you. That maybe it's just me, but there's something wrong with this. And I don't know if parents understand that this is going on at some colleges.
They're getting trains run on them, as in multiple men, at least more than one man at a time, as in at the same time. Oh yeah, I'm a musician too. And so, musicians get access to some things that people don't get access to, just because we're musicians, we're in front of people and, whatever. So some of my musicians friends, like, oh man, what these women be doing, it is like, are you serious? I like you as a person and everything, but I just saw what you just did.
Like what? What are you talking about? If you can.
No, I can't say.
Oh wow. Okay. Andre said, "I'm a jazz trombonist of 40 years."
Nice. So it's good to see another fellow musician.
Yeah, I saw people drinking, at the parties, at the not just the fraternities and sorority parties, but this is a part of their events, the things that they do. I've seen when the freshmen come on college, the men that have graduated from college come on campus, to find a young woman to have sex with, because they know they're young, they're innocent. Some of them are, a lot of them are innocent. They don't really, they're impressionable. I've seen them grown men come on campus and joke about picking the women, the young girls. And I'm like, this is somebody's daughter. Like, I've had to correct men because, again, I was a mentor as well as a counselor. Said, no, this is inappropriate. You're like 30 something. This little girl is 17. She's barely 18. But that's what we all come here for. We come here during freshman week. That's what they do. And it might make sense to a man until he has a daughter, But to the parents out there, I want to say, be very careful where you send your children away to. And it's not.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say in that, I understand men doing what men are currently doing. I would say the solution is quit putting the bait out there. Quit putting them out by themselves. What the hell you think is going to happen? The hell you think is going to happen? Don't send your daughter away from her protection, all young, dumb, and silly, and off to some Neverland. What the hell you think is going to happen? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I agree. We have to be more, not just proactive, but we have to be realistic and know that our children can be really put in harm's way and provide the protection that they need. Don't just send them out. Oh, I was going to say, it's not just the men, it's the women. I've heard of women turning out young women, having sex with young women, and then telling them, okay, now I'm your mother.
Mm-hmm. I've heard teachers doing it too. They be getting away with it. The women do.
Mm-hmm.
Those college women teachers,
Mm-hmm.
oh, they get away with it.
Mm-hmm. Having sex with your young daughters. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
It's particularly they go for the young girl. I mean, like men will have a sex with a teacher. That's like a prize. That's like, that doesn't really happen often. But those homosexual women, old homosexual women, oh man, yeah, they want to go and turn all these other women into homosexuals too. I mean, that's how the homosexual behavior is. But oh man, they don't get in any type of trouble for that stuff. And to me, that's even more predatory than it is for a man to get with a woman who's a little bit younger than he is. Like that. And why? Because what are you doing? You're going to make her a deviant. That's the whole purpose, is to make that person a deviant. And for what? Why would you mess this girl up when she could go and off to get married and have children and have a nice family? Oh, but no, you want her to join the homosexual movement and now identify as, no, I am what I do. So no, I am this. And no, it's not my behavior. It is my identity. And now I'm just going to be oppositional to everything and everybody. Like, why are you creating this? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, women are really doing that, and they have sex with the young women, and then they release them out and tell them to go do it to somebody else. But I'm your mother now. I'll teach you how to do this. We can't have sex anymore because I'm your mother. I'm the one that broke you in. When I heard that, I was like, oh my God. Here I was thinking that we're all benevolent. And, I'm really like, it's these men that's turning people out, and we got to correct them. And I'm like, oh my God, it's everybody. Elaine says, hi, Sister Elaine. Breakdown of our societal norms is by design. If Creator God didn't set a biblical standard, how would we know anything right? Thou shalt nots are protective scenarios, which is allowed so that mankind can see his will in his way.
Yeah, there's a reason for laws and rules.
Mm-hmm. An inclination for somebody is usually to go against it or oppose a law or a rule. As you get older, you start to realize there's a reason why we do the way things we do. There's a reason why we agreed to marriage. It provides more structure, more order. It's easier for you to build. Excuse me, I'm very hungry. That's why I'm snacking.
I'm getting a little hungry too. Maybe we can order something a little later. I'm listening.
Okay. There's a reason why we have laws, a marriage. Like I said, provides structure for the children, provides discipline for the household. It's easier to build generational wealth. That's what I wanted to say. I'm in the business of have my own business. It's called Joyous Rising. And my business is consulting, and also I'm an independent journalist. I teach and share intel about what's going on in geopolitics or geopolitical world, finances, economics, and all that. I also sell precious metals so here's the caveat. If you're interested in buying silver or gold, then I would encourage you to buy it from my company with whom I'm an affiliate. And that company is called Miles Franklin. Again, anything that I've shared today is only my own personal ideas. It's not indicative of how anybody around me thinks. But if you're interested in silver or gold, you can contact our brokers at Miles Franklin, 952-929-7006, or you can email the brokers at info@milesfranklin.com. Let them know that Dr. Kia Pruitt referred you, and you will get the best prices and the best customer service. Now, having said that, that's a part of my business. It's what I do. I sell precious metals. I also help with estate planning. So for any man that says, I'm afraid to get married because a lot of women get divorced, they divorce you and they take half. I would say, don't even let that keep you from being married, because if you believe in the marriage culture, you need that for stability and for building a family, raising a family, and strengthening your community. So what you can do Any assets you have, a house, a car, money, silver, gold, any precious metals, any assets that you have, you put them in a trust. Okay, a trust is a legal or lawful document. And we can go into that later. I have a whole video on that. But the trust actually owns your assets. You control the trust, and the trust owns your assets. You don't own the assets. If you put everything in trust, it doesn't matter what happens before you get married. Once you get married, your wife will not have access to your trust, even upon divorce. So don't let anything keep you from getting married if that's what you desire. Just become smarter. Learn estate planning. Learn what a trust is. Learn how to build assets, young men, while you're young. Learn how to be leaders. Learn how to provide structure and discipline. That's very important for me to say. So I have a whole business based around family structure, teaching conservative values, and teaching about wealth building. What I've noticed with all the people with whom I work, and that's in my spirit, within my sphere of influence, the doctors, the lawyers, the precious metals company owners, the miners, because we know miners in Africa, the chiefs, we know kings, the mayors, we know all these people. Douglas, as a matter of fact, you met and spent time with the mayor in Ghana, and you have pictures on your page with that. All of these people are married, and they married young for the most part, and they have wealth. They don't rent their homes. They don't rent their cars. They're typically not the ones that I know. They don't live paycheck to paycheck. They have wealth. And if you talk to them, you know the foundation of their wealth actually, yes, they started building young, but it's based upon, and it was able to grow once they got married. Douglas, you can speak to whether or not what you've seen in terms of the people you deal with. You've dealt with prelates. You guys, we all know Malcolm X's daughter. We know her. Some of my children know, some actually know the Kings, as in Martin Luther King. Excuse me. As musicians, you know world famous musicians. You've played with world famous musicians. You've met with, like I said, elders, kings, prelates from all over the world. Can you speak to what they do in terms of family and building generational wealth? Excuse me.
So most men know that you need to be married in order to be successful. And that, the whole purpose of what we're doing is to, continue life here, and you continue life through a family. So yeah, the people in politics that I met, the like foreign dignitaries, and then, well, mainly let's talk about the people who are in power. The people who are in power, yes, they get married. They have pictures of their wife. Like, this is my wife right here on my desk. A picture of their wife and their family. And hey, we are a happy family. And if I do anything outside of my family, I ain't reporting it to you or nobody else. But the report is that this is my family. This is the woman I've been with. I've been with her for 20 years or more. This is my wife. This is my lovely, beautiful daughter that I have. I love her. I treasure her, and she's going to a decent man, and I hope that she marries well. These are my sons. They're in business. This is what they do. But it all started with that marriage that they kept going. But these are the people who are in power, right? The people who are in power are married. I don't know of. Do I know of powerful people who aren't married? Powerful men? No.
I don't either.
No. If you want to be a powerful man, you have to get married. Men won't even respect
if you're not married.
I'm sorry?
Men don't even respect other men that are in power that aren't married. They won't. I haven't seen. I'm not a man. You could tell me.
No, it seems like you can't even rise up to power without being married, because, I mean, what are you? You a forever bachelor? Yeah, you a forever bachelor pastor running the church. What are you doing, homeboy? Yeah, whatever. No, you have to actually be married in order to get these certain levels of power. It seems like it. I actually looked up how many of the presidents were single.
Okay.
And there might have been 1, 2, it was under 5, I think. Now I could have this wrong. If my computer was working fast enough, I'd type it real quick. But anyway, that's something to look up. How many presidents are married?
Okay. How many?
How many of the presidents of the United States were married?
Okay.
Or actually, you could actually look up the how many of the presidents were single.
Okay.
Less than 5. How many of the world leaders in the world are single? How many millionaire men are single? These are going to be fractions. There's very few single millionaire men. We want to be, well, one, you need to get married in order to start to gain your level of stability, and you want children. You want children, and you want your children to have the best possible upbringing that they can have. You want to have children within a marriage, and you want to choose the correct woman, because you can choose the whole thing is trying to choose the woman who's not going to do things that you don't want them to do later, right? So it's all about not trying to convince a woman to do anything. Choose the woman who's going to do what she's going to do. Choose the correct woman. So yeah, that's now if we're talking about the musicians, musicians kind of do what musicians do. But a lot of them are married, actually. A lot of them are married. Now, musicians have a lot of access sometimes because they're doing musician. They're out in front of everybody.
Okay.
Charming people. So but I know a lot of musicians who are married, and I would say that men, what do you say? Like when you get joy, that's the word. You get joy out of seeing another man be married. Somebody that I know, and you got married. Hey man, that's a good job, man. Hey, I like that. One day I'm going to do the same thing. Congratulations to you. I hope it works out. All that stuff. Like, no, I really respect that. That's like genuine brother to brother. We're not really related, but hey, I want you to do well. It's a good thing you got married. You're inspiring me to do the same thing. That's how men really look at other men who get married. All the men I know, anyway.
Yeah, and I agree. When I hear women say all these men are, no good, and these men are this and that, I honestly ask them, who are you talking about? What men? I don't know men. I really do not know men who don't value marriage. I don't know a single man who doesn't value not a one. And I'm almost double your age. Not a one. I don't know one man who doesn't value family. Not one. I don't know. I'm being very honest. Yes. I don't know any men who beat up women. I don't know any men who that are despicable. Now, what I do know, a young man who maybe have not fully come into their manhood yet, men who are, finding their way, but even like men that are committing crimes, I know they exist, but I don't know them. My point is, oftentimes what happens, and not all the time, but oftentimes what happens is we women don't choose wisely. And they get mad when I say that. We'll choose a certain type of man, hoping he would change, wishing he would change, or maybe we just chose him because he was handsome or he smelled good, or maybe we chose him for whatever reason. And then once the relationship doesn't work, we'll then say that wasn't a good man. But I don't know where all these bad men are, honestly.
Yeah. I think also women, in making the wrong choice of a man, it's not really wise for a woman to marry a man under a certain age.
I agree.
This is because under a certain age today, or maybe I don't know if it's always been this way, but a lot of men aren't ready to get married. So if they're not ready to get married, then they're just having sex. And if they're just having sex, then they're not just going to be with you, because that's being married. So they're going to have sex with other people. So they're going to be with you for a week, a year, 2 years, and leave you and get with this other person, or keep you and get with this other person if they can get with this other person, because sometimes that's really difficult to do. But if they can't do it, they're going to do it. And then you're going to get all upset. And then, okay, now they're with this person, but you're going to go find another young man who's going to do the same thing, who has so you get with a man who's trying to get married. That's the advice that I would give to a woman. It's probably somebody who is at a certain age. Okay. That's it. A man at a certain age. I don't know which age it is, but it ain't 16. I'll tell you that. It ain't 16. It ain't 18. So then these 16-year-old, 14, 16, 18-year-old girls having sexual relationships with people, their peer group, which I can understand, but having sex with their peer group, it's only going to lead them to being promiscuous, because the men are not going to marry that woman because they're not ready to get married. And it's going to be a man of a certain age that's ready to be like, okay, it looks like the way that life is, I'm kind of just going to only have a few sex partners. There are so many sex partners. I thought I was going to be able to conquer the whole world. Oh God, I thought I was going to sleep with all of them. And then, but I didn't get to, now I'm coming more to reality that, I'm ready to just get married. Yeah.
I can't find it, but I did. Okay. So there were 8 presidents. They said some websites would just say several, some said a few, but one website said there were 8 presidents that were single.
8.
But only one who remained single throughout his. Oh, here it is. There have been 8 presidents who were single during their presidential tenure. But only James Buchanan, he was never married, ever.
But they all had been married, and that's how they rose. I'm listening. I'm sorry. I'm gonna quit talking.
No, you're right. This is James Buchanan, guys. Excuse me. He was never married, and he was the only United States president to remain a lifelong bachelor.
See, yeah. If you really want to, if you want to continue, we continue life on this earth. That's, we're here. It doesn't seem like we can be here forever. That's what the evidence is pointing towards.
Right.
So, but we can continue life here. And if you want to continue life here and do it in order, then you need to be married. Okay. So, in addition to that, if you want to be a powerful man, you better get married.
And this is the way men are advising other men to get married. So, sisters, yes, there are men out here that desire to be married, but in order to be chosen by them, you have to know what it is that men need and desire, and you have to qualify for the position the same way that we qualify for a job or qualify to get into school or into a certain organization. You have to be qualified in order to be selected by a certain type of man. You can see the type of son that I have is not the type of son that just go running through women, and neither does he want a woman that has had a lot of sex partners or had a lot of men, be with her. He believes in marriage. He values marriage. He values entrepreneurship. He values living a moral life. He's a very sincere man. But I know lots of men like that. Honestly, I'm thinking about all the people in your age range that Joe mentored.
Yeah.
They're all
good men. Men I have a great deal of respect for. I have a great deal of respect for a lot of men that I know. But particularly, that group, the group that, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that group, I have a lot of respect for those men. And I have a lot of trust in those men.
Yeah. And even the men that are my age group, that the profession, I respect them. You're right. I have a high level of respect. I've been so fortunate and blessed, but I think it's my personality and my attitude. Like, I know good men exist. I love men. I support men. I encourage men. I value men. I value what they bring to the table. I love masculinity. I love the concept of a man providing, protecting, giving structure. I love a man leading. I love the thought of yielding to a man, you know, and staying in my place. I believe in having a place. I believe in staying in my place. You know, these are things that I was raised to be from my grandmother and the church. And of course, you have some teachings that try to oppose that. And you're like, should I try to do this over here? And then you try and you're like, no, it's best if I am under the umbrella of a man. So all my life, I've had male coverings, whether it was a husband, a pastor, a mentor. All my life, I've had male coverings. And because of that, I'm the woman that I am today. Yes, I've had good teaching and instruction from a woman and women in my life, but it's the men who have sharpened me. It's the men who have inspired me to remain sweet and feminine. Doug, you're out. So what I'm saying is all the men around me, Doug, are pretty much like the men that are around you. I have a high level of respect for them. I don't even know who all these bad men I see people talking about on Facebook and on social media. Men are no good and they're leaving their children. I don't know those men. I really don't. And then when you sit down and you talk to some of the women, you're like, yeah, maybe some of the men did leave, but a great majority, and I'm a life coach and counselor, a great majority of them, they may have had some issues and things didn't work out, but to say that he just up and left you, that's not always the case. So I'm just saying that I know I was saying it's my attitude because I love men, I respect men, and I value men. They treat me a certain way. Men don't call me bees. They don't call me whores. They don't yell at me. They don't curse at me. First of all, I got sons that would deal with them harshly and quickly if they ever try to do that. But they respect me. They open doors for me. They're kind to me. Even men that like me, they have even told you, I really, really like your mother. I really, man, if I wasn't married, I would marry your mother. Because I'm not common. I don't live like other women. I don't act like other women, you know, and being common means I'm not going to wear the same type of clothes everybody else wears. I'm not going to speak the same type of way everybody else does. I don't have tattoos on my body, which I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but in our culture and in a particular culture in which when you reach a certain professional level, there's just, you have to know the code of ethics. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you're aspiring to have a certain man, you have to know the code and always be on code. That's just what it is. I don't talk like other women. I don't dress like them. I don't even wear my hair like them. I don't have tattoos on my body. I don't use foul language every now and then, and I need to correct that. I don't eat like other women. I'm my own person, but I live, behave, and think in such a way that everybody around me treats me with the utmost respect and regard, both men and women. And I think that's very pertinent. Oftentimes the energy the energy you receive is based on the energy that you exude. That's what I wanted to say. But I only know good, responsible men. And you the same. I heard you say, most men that you respect. So ladies, there are men out there. There are men out there that desire marriage. There are men out there that have high moral standards and that are full of integrity. You just have to qualify for those type of men.
And actually, most men will take women at almost any state, quite honestly, as long as you're agreeable. Be agreeable and stop having sex partners if you're ready to get married, don't also have a sex partner. Like, what do you aren't ready to get. So no, just quit having sex partners. You're ready to get married, and then say, hey, put it on your social media. I'm ready to get married. I'm ready to get married. And also stop posting the bikini, the bra, the vagina covering, the bikini stuff. Quit posting that. Quit posting the shots where you're turned around and you're looking back at the camera so you can show your ass to the camera, or a side shot so you can show your ass to the camera, or doing any of that stuff. Just be serious about it. Men will marry a woman at any state. Men will marry a woman. And the main thing is, but you have to stop having sex partners. Quit having sex partners. Quit acting like you're having sex partners on your social media. Because if you're acting like it, we know you're doing it. I mean, it's just really easy. I mean, it's super duper easy.
I saw the most egregious thing, and that was women on Facebook talking about going to D-writing classes.
You know,
it was a phenomenon. It was just spreading all over. So yeah, I'm a part of this D-writing club. Hey, and they showing how they do it, and I was like, oh my God, okay. And when I spoke out about it, oh man, they wanted to come for me. I was like, you know what? Y'all just keep doing what you're doing and asking yourself why you can't get married. Okay.
I don't even understand the need to have so many as a woman. What is the need to have so many sex? What is the need? What are you doing? What the hell? What are you doing? Like, it's so easy. All you have to do is, if you start off at the beginning, just don't have sex, you'll get married. Boom. Super easy. But if you've been having sex, stop where you're at and stop posting that you're having sex, as in all those different, like I said, the bikini stuff, that means you're having sex. All that bikini stuff, all the ass camera stuff, that you're having sex. Talking about, man, all they're talking about on the internet, on the social media, when I click on somebody's page, for this comment about sex, ha ha ha, joke joke joke, sex. 4 comments down, something else. Oh, here's some education. Then 4 comments down, something joke joke joke, sex. Oh, here's some education. Oh, here's some other funny stuff. Oh, look what I found out. 10 days late before, sex. Like, I mean, just be serious. Quit talking about your sex interactions. Quit putting it on the internet that you have. If you're, like I said, if you're posting the pictures of your body, then you're having sex. That's what you're doing. And quit having sex. Say that you're ready to get married, and a man will marry. Men want to be married. Men, like I said, men can't possibly have as many sex partners as a woman can have. Not in no way, shape, or form. There's no possibility that a man can have as many sex partners as a woman can have. So, so a man wants to have sex, a man wants to be married, and wants to have a lot of sex with that woman. Hey, as many times as I can do it until I get tired, and then, might slow down some, but you're married.
Right.
So I think it's easy. I don't understand the complication.
No, it's just that women are taught, especially when you're young, to go out and have fun. The older women are teaching women, have fun, travel, see the world, live your life, go to college, get it, work on your career, do this. The older women are misguiding the younger women. And they're ruining the younger women. That's one of the things that's happening. Aside from, sometimes sending them off to college and not, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with sending them to college, but not monitoring what goes on in college. But we're misguiding our younger women. We're telling them to have fun. Have fun means go party, get drunk, and have sex. That's what have fun means. They don't want to just come outright and say it, but that's what it means. And that's not fair to the young women for older women to be doing that, because now that you've ruined your life and you've had many sex partners, many children, many failed relationships, you're going to tell a young woman to do the things that you did? It makes no sense. It makes me wonder if some of the elder women are doing that so that they can compete for the men that those young women could have.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that's what they're doing. But yeah, yes, so that they can be, yes, like, hey, let me tank the whole pool. so you can get so everything's tainted. So I'm going to get chosen too. I mean, I understand the strategy, but a man's going to choose you anyway. If you just, all it is the women want to have a whole bunch of sex partners. All the liberation, all the rights, all the bullshit. They're just talking about having sex partners. But that's all the men are talking about is, hey, we just want you to have me as a sex partner. Just, just very, very few sex partners. That's the whole disconnect. All the other stuff that they talk about is just a whole bunch of words and fluff, and all they're talking about is fucking. That's it. It's having a bunch of sex with this guy and with whoever I want to have sex with, and that girl and whoever I want to have sex with. That's all they're talking about. And it's so easy.
Yeah, and even this whole work husband thing, and talking about it on social media, I'm like, don't you know a man is watching you? Your husband might even be watching you talking about this work husband. It's weird. Finally, Doug, what would you say to a woman that says, I can be agreeable and sweet and pleasant and cook for my man and only have sex with him and be married? I could do all these good things that people say I should do as a wife, but it ain't gonna stop him from cheating. He could still cheat.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody can do everything, right? Anybody can do anything that they can do, but again, anybody can do whatever they can do. Can he actually do it? Yeah, if you choose a man who is sexually attractive enough to have multiple partners, then he will probably have multiple partners. Probably, if he has enough money to do it and he's sexually attractive enough for enough women to think so, then yeah, maybe. But what would I say? So I mean, what's the alternative?
Well,
but more than likely, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I did ask a question.
No.
But more than likely, the man's not going to have a whole bunch of sex partners or possibilities of having a whole bunch of sex partners aside from that woman, because women can have so many more sex partners than a man can have. It's ridiculous. Men have a difficult time. They spend a whole bunch of time and energy trying to find sex partners. And usually it's so much time and energy that a man rather just be like, hey, I'm just going to have sex with you. And if I keep trying to have sex with these other women, I won't make the money that I've been making. How the hell you think I made all this money? Not by not by having sex with everybody, or else why'd I need you? I'd just get a couple prostitutes. No, it helps with stability. A man actually probably can't have a whole bunch of sex partners. And if he does, he probably can have one extra sex partner in some type of controlled environment that, hey, you probably know what the controlled environment, you'll figure it out, So, but the main thing is a man's going to have a difficult time to find these sex partners in the first place. All he really wants is to have a sex partner and have it consistently and have that woman agreeable so that he can build a family. And so, yeah, can he do it? Yeah, if you choose a man that can do it. Yeah, so what?
Yeah, and don't operate from fear either. Don't let that hold you back from being what a man needs in order to get married. If you operate from a fear perspective, oh, he could still cheat, or he could still, then that's probably what you'll get. But if you operate from a different perspective, that I'm going to be the best woman I can be, the best wife I can be, the best mother I can be, then you're more than likely achieve that. And if you stumble, if you come upon issues within your marriage where somebody is unfaithful, then you deal with that. Then maybe you get counseling, or I don't know how you would choose to deal with that, but I would say don't enter into the courtship space thinking that a man might cheat on me. This is why it makes so much sense that they told us to get married. When I married your dad, I was 18. I didn't even think like that. That wasn't even a part of my, reality at all, because I was a young, fresh, impressionable, innocent virgin. it makes sense that they told us to marry young, because you don't have all these thoughts about what if he cheats on me? What if he does that? You know, I can't do this. I'm a strong, independent woman. I can do whatever I want to do. I'm equal to a man. We had none of those thoughts. So go into a courtship situation with a positive mentality, because if a man's going to do something, he's going to do it, whether you're agreeable or not. But you have a greater chance of him doing it if you're not agreeable.
Yeah.
That. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just to prove that he's still a man. Like, yeah, woman, disrespect me.
Or emasculate me. I'll just get with somebody that's going to treat me like a man.
Yeah.
And then usually won't leave the wife, because men typically don't leave the relationship. You know, they might, if they do step out, they're not going to leave you. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm saying you have more chances of a man stepping out if you're disagreeable or you emasculate him. And that's why the elder women taught us certain behaviors and certain tactics, things you do, you know, how you talk to your husband. What do you do to before he leaves the house? Never let him leave the house with his stomach empty or his sack full, is what they taught us. You take care of your man's needs before he leaves the house. He doesn't really have the energy to give it to somebody else. And another thing about women in the workplace, as long as you have a lot of women in the workplace, you have more opportunities for men to cheat. I don't understand why we fight so hard to be equal to a man and to be in men's spaces and then be mad that men flirt with and end up cheating with the women in men's spaces.
That's one of those controlled environments that a man is going to be able to cheat in, is where it work. That's the controlled environment. Outside of work, what else is controlled? Mm-hmm. Not a whole bunch of things. Or you might be able to do it in church, but probably not. I mean, you can, but this is probably going to happen at work. Why are men and women working together in the first place? Change the laws, change the roles, you know. So yeah, we could really solve that problem, but it wouldn't be a one woman solving. I mean, yeah, she could solve her own problems, but I mean, that's an overall, somebody needs to set some better rules for society and take women out of workspaces with men. It's silly. It's a recipe for disaster.
It's the recipe for disaster, because men conquer and men like women. And if you put a woman in their face, they're going to talk to the woman.
Yep.
And women are going to talk to them. Men and women are together so they can have sex. This is why in schools, traditionally, they kept the female children and the male children separate. It's really not rocket science. Mm-mm. You put two people, something might happen. Yes.
Yeah, yes. You put a man and a woman together, they'll have sex. And you know, when you have dogs, you're mating your dogs. If you put the female and the male together, what are they going to do? Are they going to look at each other and just talk? No, they're going to have sex. And then you know what? When those dogs have a litter and those little girls and those little boys grow up and they're related to each other, brother and sister, you know what they're going to do? They're going to have sex because you didn't separate them.
Wow.
So it's not that difficult. Man, woman, male, female, sex. Male, female, sex, baby.
Then they talk about the Muslims and other women in societies where they, you go into the mosque or the temple, they separate them. Women sit up here, men sit up there. You will hear women say, "Oh man, they're treating those women like they're not equal. They're suppressing them." No, there are reasons we have rules. There are reasons why they separated the sexes. There are reasons they said the minute you feel like you're going to burn, you get married. The scripture says it's better to marry than to burn. There are reasons why they say you should have a male covering, because typically a woman has protection and discipline and structure if she has a male covering. Like I was saying earlier, I've never been without my brother, a husband, a male pastor, and or sons. And I never want to experience that. I never want to know what that's like. And that's probably why I'm a sweet, pleasant, I can be harsh though, woman who actually values men, because I've had male leaders, and men are the ones that have kept me structured and disciplined and said, nope, you can't do that. Nope, that's wrong. You need to do that better. I do have some women, elder women, that keep me in check. but I also have strong men in my life. And I'll end with that. We're both exhausted.
And hungry. We can still eat it. I think they say we shouldn't eat it this time, but hey, we could find something.
Do you want to say anything to your audience? Because you have your audience here too.
Oh, yes. I appreciate everybody for coming out and joining us. And if you're listening to the replay, I appreciate you for listening to the replay. I'd love for you to like and subscribe to my channel. Please like and subscribe to Dr. Kia Pruitt's channel. That's my mother. Mm-hmm. And hey, it's greetings on this side. I hope you're all doing well.
Thank you. And where can they find you?
My channel is the Douglas Lattimore Show, or Douglas Lattimore Show, on YouTube.com, on YouTube. So yeah, you can find me there, and I'll be posting some more videos there.
And you're just now starting that channel not too long ago, right? It's a relatively
right.
Okay.
Right. So I do have some videos up, but I will be posting more. And so yes, I'm new to the YouTube game. And
I will tell you that Brother Douglas is a very serious man. So if he's also on Facebook at Douglas Lattimore II, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that the page you want them to follow?
Yes. Yes.
So if you're looking for somebody that's going to talk about shooting the breeze and being silly and playing, that is not the man. This man is a very serious, disciplined man. This man, my son, was doing cancer research and research in the physiology department as a child. This man, all of my children, even my beautiful daughter and all of my children were actually studying medicine in 6th grade. They did AutoCAD and CAD as small children. They were doing calculus and trigonometry in elementary school. They went to engineering programs as children. So they were pages and ran errands for people in Congress. And as they grew up, they traveled the world. They met with prelates and presidents and kings. So they're very sincere and they speak very sincerely and very passionately, all of my children. So that you're not going to get a bunch of kiki, kaka, fun and games. And they don't tolerate that either. So, when people visit their channels, they're not going to tolerate a bunch of you talking about nothing. And this son here is very, very disciplined and focused, and he knows exactly what he desires, and he's going to get it. So thank you so much. Andre said, I truly enjoyed this, friends. God bless. Thank you.
God bless.
God bless. Thank you, everybody that's joined us today, whether you were here from the beginning or you came in the middle or towards the end or you're watching the replay. We thoroughly enjoyed this show. We appreciate you spending 4 hours and 45 minutes with us. We are very intense people, Douglas and I, as well as my family. We're intellectuals, we're philosophers, we're spiritual beings, but we're very intense and we're very serious about family, God, country, family, and community. So this is just who we are. Thanks for joining us. We love you, and we hope that we said something to raise your vibrations and inspire you to create the most amazing, magnificent life that you desire and deserve. Peace, family. Good night.